Mishra. I'm an assistant professor currently working here since 2017. Almost it's my 9th year got completed, and prior to that I did my PhD from same school. It is my alma mater I am serving, and then postdoc from IIM Bangalore, and about 3 years I worked at Gitam University, Visakhapatnam. So this is a brief profile, and recently I received a prestigious fellow certification from American Production and Inventory Control Society. My area is basically operations and decision sciences, normally the quantitative techniques. In management science or in management, we basically say management science as a mix of operations research, statistics, all those kind of simulation, those kind of stuff. And here we say operations and decision sciences. So that is my brief profile. Okay, so almost 9:30, so let us start. So there are two parts actually. If you see, I hope you must have received some schedule. Have you seen the schedule? The class is actually training and testing, train, test, split. Also there is one more thing, that is data management, right? So data management part, what I'll do is I'll send you the one document, that is a presentation. You can just go through it, but I would like to just briefly talk about the data management part, right? When it comes to the data part, right, whether it is a primary data or the secondary data, so what are the things basically we do with respect to the data management? Can you just throw some light on that? When it comes to the data, right, you have received some data, whether it is a primary data or the secondary data, right? Primary, you know that you go and collect it primarily, nobody else has collected it before you, that's the primary data. Now the secondary data is something is available, then you are going and getting it, let us say by ministries, by let us say Reserve Bank, right? Those who are little aware of the stock and all that, stock prices, equity, debt related issues. So they have the data, we get those data. Even though you are going for the first time and getting it, is a secondary data only. It cannot be the primary data because data is already available. Okay, data is already available. We just get the data from some source. That's a secondary data. Now, as you know that these stocks, financial related markets, right? These are very high frequency data. They come very fast. They change very fast, right? Now recently you may be knowing the how the petroleum prices are going to or changing, right, day by day. Gold prices are changing day by day. So these are actually the data part of it. Okay. So keeping aside the data part, when you receive some data, according to you, what are the things that you actually change before you bring the data to a sizable state where you can do some kind of analysis, right? Any thought? I know that all of you are from computer science, and pre-processing you can do. So what are the things basically you do with respect to the pre-processing? Null values, very good. None values you remove. Okay. Out of boundaries is something called as outliers, right? So how do you, okay, thank you for the response. Anybody else, how to treat the outliers? Central tendency, can you really find out the outlier? Just from central tendency, can you say there is an outlier or anything else that you want to do, you need to do in the process? Anybody else? Whatever you have done in your research or in your teaching, right? You are free to respond, right? Because I do not want to too much concentrate on the presentation part. Quickly, I'll just scroll over and we'll get into the orange software part. Anybody else? Treating with the missing values, one thing, right? Treating with the outliers is another thing, right? So how do you treat with the outlier? You have not done anything? Nobody has done any treatment with the outlier? You have done anything, sir, with respect to the outlier? Because you said the extreme values. So what kind of, if you have any experience, Can you please throw some light on that? Okay, that is again you are talking about something called as data imputation. Keeping aside data imputation, how do you treat to the outliers? Data imputation is one thing, you can of course do it. You may be knowing Gaussian curve, normal distribution, right? So in the normal distribution, -3 standard deviation to +3 standard deviation, the area coverage is 99.73%, right? 0.27% are not covered under the area. So anything below -3, anything above +3 is an outlier. And you know what is that? Is the Gaussian curve, bell shaped, asymptotic tendency. I forgot to mention that I am an MSc in applied mathematics from NIT Roorkela and MBA from Biju Patnaik University. I am basically from Odisha, so MBA I have done from there, and I am an MSc from NIT, MSc in applied mathematics from NIT Roorkela. So so these are the few things. Some of you, I think all of you, in fact, must be knowing calculus, right? So in the calculus we say asymptotic tendency in the bell shaped curve, right? And you know how the probability density function, probability distribution function that comes in the Gaussian distribution, right? I do not want to get into those things. So -3 to +3 can be taken as a boundary, right? And you can treat the values are outliers. And what you do with the outlier, maybe what sir said, you can probably replace by the averages, right? But mean, median and mode, they may not be actually giving you the perspective of the outlier. Of course, if a mean is not equal to median, or you can say mean, median, mode, they are all different, they are not very close. Of course, mode has a very limited use, because mode has a very limited use. Mean and median basically we see, if they are not equal or very dissimilar in the size, then we say data are not normal, right? Data are not normal. Either mean could be greater than, mean is greater than median, greater than mode is basically your right skewed. Mean is greater than median is greater than mode is right skewed. Then the reverse is mean is less than median, less than mode is actually left skewed. So normally what we expect is mean should be close to median, close to mode. Forgetting about the mode, is a limited use, so we can say mean is equal to median. But in the real life cases, it may not really happen, right? So then we have to treat the data with respect to the outlier, and this is one way that we can probably do it. What is the second way? And you know that, what is the probability density function? 1 by sigma under root 2 pi e to the power minus half x minus mu by sigma whole square. X varies from -infinity to +infinity, and your x minus mu by sigma is treated to be the z score, right? When you use a normal Excel sheet or maybe any statistics book, we have to convert it to Z transformation. That is also part of the data transformation. Data transformation. Why the data is transformed? Because we need to bring it to -3 to +3 to make the data more consistent, because data may have a lot of inconsistencies. Okay, so this is one part, rightly focused, all of you, including you, sir. But from mean, median, mode, you cannot really judge what are the outliers. You have to get into little extra to find out what are the outliers. Is that clear? Now the second point is there any other means available where you can probably try and define the outlier, right? You can go and do it by the quartiles, right? Q1, Q2, Q3. Q1 is dividing the data into 25%, 75%. Q2 divides the data into 50%, 50%. Q3 divides the data into 75%, 25%. So now if you take Q1, I will just briefly write it here, Q1 minus 1.5 times interquartile range, then this is lower control limit, then upper control limit is equal to Q3 plus 1.5 times interquartile range. This is also another way by which you can probably decide on the outliers. And what is interquartile range? Interquartile range is equal to your Q3 minus Q1, right? So this way also you can treat the data with respect to the outlier, right? Fine. Any concern? Any concern? Maybe some of you might not have worked in this area. Your area of research may be different, teaching may be different. I do understand. If you have any concern, please don't hesitate to ask. Now the second point. Second point is missing value, right? You have highlighted rightly missing value. So missing values we have basically take to be that null values. Okay, basically we take null values, right? So where the values are actually not available, the respondent might not have given, data might not have been collected, whether it is primary data or the secondary data, it is there. But now what percentage of the missing values can be taken, can be ignored, what percentage of the missing values cannot be ignored, you may need to do some kind of data imputation, and what percentage of the missing values are actually dangerous, you may have to have some more data. This is also, these are the three different issues. So now how do you treat the missing data? Maybe what sir said, you can probably have the data imputation. What are the ways you can treat the data with respect to the imputation? You can replace by average, replace by the mode, replace by the nearest neighborhood, replace by the regression. You can go for a regression, leaving those data points, regress it elsewhere and find out what will be the value for those values out of the regression and replace. So these are the various means to replace the missing values, right? Now there are certain things we basically talk in this case, missing at random and missing completely at random, right? Missing at random, missing completely at random. So missing completely at random is something that you cannot do anything with respect to missing completely at random, right? But certain times missing at random, that probably you can have some kind of analysis and replace. For instance, if I say who is more likely to suppress the salary, right? This statement, who is more likely to suppress or hide the salary, whether it is a man or it is a woman, right? Now you can see the data from the pattern, you can find how many men have responded, how many women have responded, right? You can do some kind of analysis there. Then you see how many cases men have responded everything but salary part is missing, and women have given everything but salary part is missing, right? Then you can think of some kind of regression model there. You can have a model and find out those values that can be replaced, right? But it is not always possible because certain times they are completely random. You may not get any specific pattern. So that you need to ignore. That you need to ignore. Or maybe if it is permitted by your research with some citations and all that, you can probably replace by data imputation, right? But you cannot really judge somebody's gender, right? You cannot replace somebody's gender, right? It is dangerous. We don't know, right? You cannot really replace by somebody's educational qualification. This is not possible, right? So certain times we have to treat this kind of things, right? So these are basically data related issues with respect to the data management. One classic issue I'll just tell you, then we'll get into our stuff today. There is outlier, we have already discussed. Missing values we have already talked about briefly, and there is one more thing that you might have heard of it, that is called as influential statistics. Influential statistics, right? So what is influential statistics? Influential statistics is basically a particular case, right? We normally take the cases in the rows and the variables in the columns, right? So outlier will be telling you which particular values are extremely large or extremely small that can be separated out from the analysis because they may be creating noise in the analysis, right? But in certain cases you can also treat the data with respect to something called as influential statistics. It is like an outlier, but a particular case can be kept as an influential statistics. What is that influential statistics? I will give you a small example. Let us say you are collecting some data, right? You are visiting some place, some company, right? And you are getting some data. Let us assume that it is a primary data. You are collecting the primary data, right? Now you are all friends or executives in a particular department, and you are responding to the queries asked by the researcher or maybe any agency, right? Now suddenly you find that your general manager or maybe the managing director is coming and sitting with you to understand how things are happening, right? He may not have any intention to disturb you. The managing director or the general manager or higher official or the chief executive officer, they may not have any intention to disturb you. Their intention is just to see how the things are going on. But now you will be responding what the managing director would like to listen. Are you getting my point? You will now tell, earlier you were saying something, you are very free, talking very very nicely, and you are just bringing the fact. But since the person is higher authority, you will be talking something that will be pleasing to the managing director or the general manager. So that means you are now biased by the managing director's presence, right? So now the question comes here, if the managing director is available throughout the discussion, then people should be feeling comfortable to answer the queries. Otherwise, the managing director can become like an influential case. He may be taken out from the data. Otherwise, his responses will be dominating all responses, right? Another classic example, I do research in agri-food supply chain. Let us talk about agriculture, right? I believe all of you are aware of minimum support price. Does minimum support price help? Is the statement, right? This statement is, does minimum support price help the farmer, right? Now you collect the data, right? You go to a village, ask people to join you, lot of people come, you just talk to them, right? Then incidentally you find the MLA of that area is coming and sitting with you in the participation, and assume that the MLA or the MP is from the ruling party. Now the farmers will be talking what the MP would like to listen. Is an influential case, right? So now how to find out this statistically? You can use, there are some distance metrics available, okay? I have given in my presentation that you can see it later. So there are Mahalanobis distance, Cook's distance, leverage distance. You can find out from there, and you can keep that particular statistic or particular respondent out of the analysis, so that your analysis will be systematic, right? So these are the few cases with respect to the data management. Now let us talk about the training and testing split, okay? So I'll just briefly touch upon, all of you can open your orange, okay, that software, and be on the landing page. We'll discuss few things. There is a data set called a Titanic, okay, that actually you might have already got information. So please try to open that Titanic data set, okay. But before going into the Titanic data set, I'd like to briefly talk about the few models that are available to analyze the Titanic data set, okay. I'll take you through the Titanic data set, the metadata. I don't want to make it too much of a presentation, because you should be doing some hands-on. So in the Titanic data set, you have 2201 as the sample size. There are as you know that respondents number is basically nominal variable, okay. In research methodology, how many of you are aware of research methodology? Somewhere or the other you might have gone through it. So research methodology, basically we have three different scales, okay, four different scales. One is the nominal, second one is the ordinal, third one is the scale, and the fourth one, the interval, then the ratio. These are the four. So this is purely nominal, okay. You cannot really do any analysis much. You can only count how many men, how many women, how many children, all those kind of things you can calculate. Then the gender is basically, there are two types of gender. We can also have the third gender also, right? But in this case we have the two genders. So it is purely categorical. Categorical means you can probably say this is nominal again, right? You cannot have any treatment there, mean, median, mode. All the mode can be there, but mean and median doesn't have any sense there. Then you have adult and the child in terms of the age. It is also the categorical, right? This particular data set is purely a kind of a categorical data set, right? For the categorical data set, what are the kind of analysis that you can do is the discussion for the day, right? Now you have class, whether they are traveling by first class, second class, third class, or they are the crew member, right? If there is any issue, please don't hesitate to stop me. Then it is also categorical, because you cannot really treat this with respect to mean, median, mode, whatever. I think mode may have some sense. How many people are traveling first class, how many are second class, and so on and so forth. The frequency distribution is fine, but other than that, you cannot do anything else, right? Then the status is when the Titanic ship sunk in the ocean, then how many people survived, how many people did not survive. Okay, this is a case. Then you have, this is also categorical, whether they have survived or not survived. So basically you have two different issues here. They are purely dichotomous, or they are basically binary. Either it is 1 or 0 or 1 or 2, 1 and 2. Either you can take 1 and 2 or 1 and 0, right? So nothing in between. These are the extreme cases. But in terms of the probability, probability varies from 0 to 1. Probability can be 0, probability can be 1, or any other number in between. But in this case, either it is 0 or it is 1. So that is where this particular problem is a truly probabilistic. Okay, it doesn't have deterministic answer. So what are the deterministic ways of evaluating? You have the regression, right? Regression is a deterministic method, but I am talking about multiple regression. But in this case, it can be multiple regression, but it is not a deterministic model. It is a stochastic model. Why it is a stochastic model? Because people are surviving, people are dying. Okay, then what is that is happening in the process? Who is surviving, who is dying, and what is that is the accuracy? We have to predict the situation. If the similar situation happens somewhere in the ocean, who will be surviving, who is more likely to survive than the other person, we can probably figure it out, right? But this is purely a case where we can take the stochastic distribution, right? It is not a deterministic distribution. Normally there are certain issues with respect to the stochastic model, right? In the stochastic model, data may not be normal. You need not expect a normality. As you see, there are a lot of categorical variable. What normal distribution you can expect? That is not needed. But the point is, you should have large number of data set, large number of records, right? That is one thing. Normality is not essential in this case. There is no need to check, right? So this is basically your data set, right? Now, I'll just show you one model, then we'll get into the orange, then we'll come back another model, then you will do the exercise. Like this, we'll continue for another 1 hour 15 minutes, okay? Look at this. I don't want to get into too much details of it. In case anyway, I'll be sharing the presentation, and if your interest, you take interest. Otherwise, in case you are working in this area for some research or something, you can probably continue. Otherwise, for learning sake, anyway, some take home would be fine, right? Now, please see the binomial logistic regression. This has come from the binary distribution, right? Binomial distribution. What is binomial distribution? NCX, P to the power x, Q to the power n minus x, right? It has come from there, and this has come from Bernoulli's trial, right? Outcomes are basically like toss a coin, either you get a head or you get a tail. There is nothing in between. Unlike in the movie Sholay, it is standing on the edge, right? That is very unlikely, right? So, and normally when you take a coin, we take unbiased coin. The cross section on head side and the tail side should be uniform. Otherwise, it will be a biased coin. Normally in the international cricket, they use the coin, so should be uniform in the size. In the sense, the area of cross section on the head side and the tail side, they should be perfectly same, right? Otherwise, the higher cross section will be definitely going down because of the center of gravity, and the other one will be, the smaller part will be shown on the top, right? So this is actually one thing. The coin should be a fair coin. Otherwise, it cannot be a fair game, right? So this is actually one thing. Now, when you model it, how do you model it? It can be modeled like this: ln p by 1 minus p is equal to a plus bx. What is p by 1 minus p? P by 1 minus p in the simple sense called as the odds ratio. The odds ratio, ODDS. What is odds ratio? Chances of survival is higher in case of a man or a woman. Chances of survival is a higher in case of a child or an adult. Chances of survival is higher in case of other categories that you have, right? Crew member than the passengers, right? Crew members might be more trained to survive than the normal passenger. If there is a problem happens with the airline or a flight or a ship, so the crew members may be more trained. As an ordinary passenger, you may not be expecting it, right? So they may have more chances of the survival, right? And this is also, there are classic examples of this particular case, and very, very important in terms of medical science. In the medical science, lot of things are stochastic. Let us say somebody is consuming more spicy food, right? Somebody is consuming more spicy food. How he or she is likely to have the liver problem, right? You cannot guarantee that, right? Lot of people are eating throughout their life spicy food. They don't have any issue. People who are vegetarian, don't eat spicy food, they are facing liver difficulties. Now the question comes, what is the probability? This is a very classic model for that. Now, if you take, let us say there are two different categories. One is survival, one is the non-survival. So the non-survival part is 80% and the survival part is, let us say, 50%. So 80% by 50%, right? Roughly, you can say the 40%, sorry, 50% again, right? So 80%, let us say 80% by 40%, or to make it uniform. So 80% by 40%, chances of survival of a crew member is 80%, chances of survival of a passenger is 40%, then 80% by 40%. So that means there is a 2 times higher chance of a crew member, so survival, than an ordinary passenger, right? Or you can say 200% there is a chance that the crew members can survive than the ordinary passengers. So if you model it, this is the model, right? Now what you need to do is, you can take the ln of p by 1 minus p, this is the model, and the right hand side, as you see, there like a normal multiple regression, nothing, not a change. Then you take the exponential both the sides, solve it for p, solve it for the probability, you get this particular one, and this is your probability, predicted probability. This is called as predicted probability. So you get this particular predicted probability. After you get the predicted probability, then the question comes here. This looks like the softmax function, or it is like your this particular function that you can say sigmoid function. If you plot it, if you plot that probability with respect to minus infinity to plus infinity, you will get S-shaped curve. That is basically called as a sigmoid curve, right? Now if it is the multiple things that you have taken, then you will get multiple things that I have stated here, right? So finally, in terms of the model accuracy, you will be looking for something called as confusion matrix, right? I believe all of you might have heard of confusion matrix. So it is a 2 by 2 matrix, right? There are 2 correct decisions, right? And there are 2 incorrect decisions. One is the false positive, that is basically called as the type 1 error, and false negative, that is called as the type 2 error. So any model that you execute should minimize both false positive as well as false negative, because you need higher accuracy. So what do you mean by accuracy in this case? Accuracy in this case is basically here, right? You may be knowing it. So quickly, this is true positive rate, true negative rate, precision, classification accuracy, that is the correct decisions divided by the sample size or the total number of decisions that you have. Then the balancing the you can say it is like true positive rate and true positive rate and true negative rate, right? So that is harmonic mean we basically use to find the F1 score. There is one more thing called as Matthews correlation coefficient, that basically takes with respect to the how closely they are related with respect to the observed versus the predicted values, right? So you can find, and basically the correlation coefficient, as you know, it also varies from -1 to +1 correlation values, unlike the probability. So this is actually one thing with respect to the 2 by 2 matrix with respect to the confusion matrix, where you have 2 categorical values, either you survive or you don't survive, right? But contrary to this particular part, it may have multiple things, multiple categories that I am not showing you much. I can quickly scroll over. But now what you do is go to Orange, quickly generate one model for logistic regression. Since time is relatively short, you have to quickly do it. Okay, go to your Orange. There, are you able to open the data, all of you? How many records are there? Titanic dataset 2201 I got. How many of you got 2201? Anyway, don't worry. So what you need to do, in this page, you just go to file, keep the file. Now right click file, or you have the widgets on the left hand side, you can drag and drop. You right click, see file, just click file, then double click the file. You have titanic.tab. Please see titanic.tab. It is a tab separated file, titanic.tab, right? Then once you see that, are you able to see status is categorical, age is categorical, gender is categorical, survival is also categorical. Now what you need to do, in case you are not able to see the file, let us say I need to see the file, right? What I need to do is I can click once again on the what you can say on the white space. Then there you can do one thing, you just see data table, okay. So data table, when you keep there data table, right, I want to see whether the data has correctly been read or not. So now what I need to do is, you just connect this way like this, okay, right side to left side of the data. Now you click the data table. So data is read, please see, data is read for all of you, right? All of you, is there anyone who is not able to see the data? Is read. Now if you want to see how many records are there in your case, 2201, in your case you got, I think it was a different file maybe, okay. So 220, there are other files also already there in the orange, right? So this is 2201. Now I can close it. Then once I close this, what is that I need to do is, just let us take a very small model, very small model. So what you need to do is, maybe whatever work you are doing, just try to understand little. Of course you are from computer science, so you need not take that much of pain, but in case you want to save it and take it just to refer afterwards, that is also fine. Now what you need to do is, I'll just click here logistic regression, right click logistic regression, right. So now you will be getting the widget for the logistic regression. Now I'll connect the file to the logistic regression, right. Logistic regression is the learner, okay, logistic regression is the learner, right. So logistic regression will be getting executed when it gets the data, right. I think some of you also may be familiar with Python, right. Python also has the library of logistic regression, but in this case it is a relatively simpler software, drag and drop, and very good for the people who are starting their career in without coding, right. They are very good software. Now but it is not as robust as Python, right. It has a lot of things you cannot probably check. For beginners it may be fine, but for complex research issues I don't think it may be that beneficial. But anyway, so logistic regression, then after you get the logistic regression, what is that you need to do is, you can probably keep prediction, right. You can keep prediction. So logistic regression is the input for the prediction, right. Now prediction has, now you are not able to see anything. Now what you need to do, again you give something called data table again, right. You give data table. So file here, then it's not getting executed. You check in your case, apply. So data is read. Now okay, I'll just directly connect this to table. Coefficient is the data. Okay. Now you can see the coefficient. Prediction will take with the data sampler. It is not working here. Data sampler when you take, maybe you can connect predictor. Now in this case, as you see, how I got this is a simpler one, right? You can also directly connect it to the file. File, logistic regression is the learner, then data table. This particular data table, when you connect it, please see, I just do it once more. I just remove this particular connection. When I try to connect this data table to the logistic regression, I see this particular thing. I want the coefficient. So coefficient to the data, you need to just connect. If you connect it, then you should be able to see what is that is your model. So this is your model. So now if I see, you have the intercept, right? Then you have the status with the crew member, then the first, second, third, adult, child, all that will be coming into the respect, and you have the coefficient. Now what is that I need to do here in this case? I just want to see the values for the prediction, right? So for the prediction, I need to get into little bit with respect to data sampler, right? This is a very simplistic model that we have done. Now if you want to do one more model, right? So let us talk about the model with respect to decision trees. Logistic regression, decision tree, support vector machine, naive based algorithm, right? These are some of the very prominent methods available in case of categorical variable. In case of categorical variable, you can probably do that. Now if you see the second one, second thing is basically the decision tree. Then the decision tree best model will be looking like this. I have one Excel sheet I'll be sharing with you how to calculate the entropy and all that. Some of you may be knowing, but still you can see that this is what is looking like a decision tree. So this is actually minus p into log 2p, right? You just calculate for every node. If you do that, then the rest of the things will be looking like your confusion matrix. Then you have the area with respect to all these things you can find. Now what you need to do, go to the Orange platform, and there you take one more model, there you keep tree, right? You keep one more model there. In tree is the input, tree is the input to your, you can do one thing. Okay, tree is the learner again for the data file. Now you connect tree with you can see the data table. Let's another one you can probably keep here, data table, right? We can, it's not happening, so maybe it needs a data sampler. So I just remove for the time being logistic regression, connect with the tree, then I can connect this. Okay, so it's not happening, so let us go by this one. I just remove this data table. If you want to see, this is the way you can see the data. Now I'll take data sampler, connect the data sampler, then you connect it file to the data sampler, right? So in the data sampler, there are few things we need to talk, but for the time being, let us talk about the model, then we'll come to the other things. So after you connect whatever is there in the data sampler, please don't check, don't disturb it, let it be there. We'll talk about it. Data sampler. After you get the data sampler, then what you need to do, you create, you take another widget called as train there is a widget called train test. You can also see it from here on this side, data, transform, visualize, model, test and score, test and score, test and score, yes. So test and score, you can keep it here, then connect data sampler with the test and score, right? Now here, what is that we need to do? I will just keep it little stressed. So, in this case, just to click it, just to click that particular connector, you will get this particular pop up there. Data sample is your data, and remaining data is your test data, right? So, how many records are there? 2201 records are there, right? Of the 2201 records, how many records are being taken as the training data and how many records are being taken as the testing data, right? Let us assume that training data is equal to 80%, testing data is equal to 20%, right? Now, you first are you able to do it? Once you do that, okay, then I will go to the data sampler, double click, I will keep 80% is the fixed proportion of the data is my training data, right? All of you please do it in parallel, 80%. So, now I click sample data, right? It is 80%. Now, click sample data 80% because there may be some setup change somewhere. Sample data is 80%. I close it. Now, you see there are two things created for the test and score, right? So, data sample is the data, that is 80% of the data is being used for the training and 20% of the data is being used for testing, right? So, now the question comes here, 80% to 20%, 80% is to 20%. This is actually one kind of thing that we take, right? You can take 70-30 also, right? But I have given you some references. Normally we take 80%, 20%. Also, is the mathematician Pareto, right? According to him, Italian mathematician, we say 80-20 rule. 80-20 rule, that could be one justification why you take 80%. So, 80%, 20%. So, now this is your training and this is your testing, right? Now, one thing here I would like to just listen from you that when do you find that the model is overfitting and when do you find that the model is underfitting? Any thought on that quickly? When do you say the model is overfitting and when do you say the model is underfitting? Too much of training in the sense overfitting, but how do you define it statistically or mathematically? High accuracy, very high accuracy, maybe more than 95% accuracy, right? Could be overfitting. What could be the underfitting? Accuracy is very low, not only for the training but for testing also, right? So, the accuracy is very low, then we say model is underfitting. So, what are the ways, how do you see overfitting and underfitting? What way you treat them so that underfitting, overfitting can be controlled? Overfitting, what you do basically to control overfitting? Bringing more feature, making the model little more robust, right? Adding more sample size, right? Could be probably making the model little more complex. When the model becomes more complex, then your accuracy may reduce or fluctuate. Similarly is the case for the underfitting, you probably treat with similar ways, right? So, these are the ways we basically treat, but 80% to 20% we normally take. So, if you go by that in the pop-up, if you click data sampler, this is the screen you are able to see, right? Now, without any further change, please go by 80%. Once you click 80%, you click sample data, right? Sample data, do not disturb any other thing now, click sample data. Once you click sample data, you should be able to see 80% here, 20% here. 80% of 2201 is 1761, right? 20% of 2201 is 440. I think partly it is not seen, 440, right? So, now let us execute the model, right? So, when you do that, I just close it for the time being, then test and score, right? So, now I am not able to execute, right? I am not able to execute. Can anybody say why I am not able to execute, why I am not able to see the analysis? What is the issue there? Double click, you see everything blank. everything blank, right? What is the issue? Can anybody say? Just think about it for a moment. I have connected to the test and score, right? And data sample is already available. What are the things missing? Learner is missing, model is missing. So at least one model you should give, otherwise what a test and score it will give you? One model. So let us take logistic regression. So connect it with the logistic regression. So now logistic regression is the model. Now you connect, right? Something came now. Now the model ln p by 1 minus p is equal to a plus b1 x1, b2 x2, b3 x3 and so on, right? You will have the model now, right? So now I have shown you that particular table, the coefficient table. You can just write in the way that you like. Ln p by 1 minus p is equal to 0.22 something plus coefficient times, then crew member, coefficient times, then first class, coefficient times second class, coefficient times third class, coefficient times gender, coefficient times your you know, what is the age. That's all is the model, right? Now once you get this particular model, I have given the model and I have declared the data, right? Now you double click and see whether something is visible. Now you double click and see something is visible, right? So what is that something visible? Area under the curve, right? Then your accuracy, right? You can say the model accuracy, right? The model accuracy is CA, that is how much? 77.9%, and that is for what? You click now training and testing, okay? Leave that cross validation part, what is on the top, you just click test on training data, right? Test on training data. So how much you are getting? Accuracy. If you take the accuracy, this is your accuracy, okay? So this is a model accuracy 0.779. Can you click on the test data and see what is that is the model accuracy? 0.777. So how much was that? 0.79, and this is 0.7778. They're very close. We cannot really say that model has overfitting or underfitting, but the problem is accuracy is bit low, right? So when accuracy is bit low, then we can try with more number of features and a little bit more sample size. Now once you do that, what is that is available here? Area under the curve, right? I'll just talk about a little on this particular part in the presentation. You can have a look at this particular part, the area under the curve, okay? So area under the curve is calculated by using this formula, right? You know something called as receiver operating characteristic curve. Receiver operating characteristic curve. How it is calculated? True positive rate and true positive rate, that is called as the recall, and the 1 minus sensitivity, okay? 1 minus sensitivity, that is false positive rate. False positive rate, true positive rate. When you display in the two-dimensional graph, you get something called receiver operating characteristic curve. Now what is area under the curve? Any idea? Receiver operating characteristic curve is the graphical representation. Area under the curve is a metric. Area under the curve is basically a metric, right? Now the question comes here, we need to maximize this particular area through a cutoff. So what is the cutoff? Predicted probability is the cutoff. What is the predicted probability? Survival is 1, non-survival 0, average 0.5 is the cutoff. You can take 0.6, 0.7, you can keep exercising this, right? So higher is the cutoff, or lower is the cutoff, area under the curve may change, right? Now the question comes here, if you have two different area under the curve, right? So what is that is the probability in a typical model which has a higher probability than the area under the curve. If you change this particular thing, your area under the curve will change. Otherwise, you take two different models, one is the decision tree, one is the logistic regression, and let us see what happens with respect to the area under the curve, right? So area under the curve can be calculated by using this particular formula, that is actually area under the curve, and you get a particular metric, but this picture is called as ROC curve, receiver operating characteristic curve. Now for this, there is a little justification statistically. If you have two different area under the curve, we basically check with respect to a statistics called as DeLong's method, where we check the hypothesis test. I think little idea about test of hypothesis. I think some of you may be knowing, right? So we calculate the Z score, the area under the curve for the first case, first model, area under the curve for the second model, because why I am showing this, because in the output you will be getting this, right? Then variance of the first one, variance of the second one minus 2 times of the covariance of the both the things. So you get the p value, which is nothing but your 2 times of 1 minus area, you get up to Z score. If this is less than 0.05 or less than 0.01 at 1% level of significance, then you say they are statistically different, statistically significant. When they are greater than 0.05 at 5% or greater than 0.01 at 1%, we say they are not statistically very different. So any of the method that you take, that should be fine. You take logistic regression or decision tree or support vector machine, they should be more or less similar. This output will be given in terms of your model that you get in the orange. Let us execute one more model, your idea will be clear. Let us go there to that analysis. So logistic regression is one learner available. Now you go for tree. You go for tree. Connect this tree with the test and score. Connect this tree with the test and score. Right? I have connected. Now I am getting into my double click test and score. Now you should be able to see two different methods. Now you should be able to see two different methods. Test on the training data. Okay. So in the test on the training data, what you see there? Logistic regression has accuracy of 78% close to, and tree has 79%, right? So normally, maybe you might have seen in your experience also, normally decision tree and the logistic regression, they give very close output, very close output, and certain times tree gives a little better output than the logistic regression, right? So this way they are, area under the curve is 76%, 77%, 78%, 79%. This is harmonic mean, right? This is also 76%, 76%, almost close. Precision is higher here. What is precision? Precision, true positive divided by true positive plus false negative. False negative. False negative means actually positive. Of the total people positive, how many your model is correctly classifying as positive? That is a COVID situation. All of us have taken the vaccine, right? So how many cases people got benefit out of it? How many cases people did not get benefit out of it? They recovered because of their immunity, their confidence that will come out of this particular problem. And you might be might have seen the efficacy of the medicine or the injection that you have taken is not more than 80% or so, 85%, right? 85%, please come in. 85%, or maybe Pfizer has the highest in efficacy, 90% plus, but unfortunately we could not get Pfizer in India, right? So that is actually one thing. So another thing is that you go for a particular test. Let us say you have a fever, and the fever is, let us say, malaria. Whether the test is correctly giving you have the malaria. Sometimes you may have malaria, test says you don't have malaria. Sometimes the test says you have malaria, but you may not have the malaria. So these are false positive, false negative cases. So precision is of the total positive, how many your model is correctly classifying as positive, right? That is actually one thing with respect to the precision. But accuracy is true positive, true negative divided by sample size will be giving you the complete accuracy, right? Now if you see that way, so tree has given a relatively better accuracy. Just see the accuracy part, slightly better. Even precision part is also slightly better. Recall is also better. Correlation is also better, right? Area under the curve is also better, right? So in all those cases, we are getting so far tree has given a little better result than the logistic regression, right? Let us get into two more models, right? Maybe I touched it, so it happens like that. So okay, now you minimize. I believe all of you are getting this. All of you are getting the results at least. Not necessary that a presentation, but at least you are able to find the output. Okay, now you get into one more learner. Let us keep it. Let us keep one more learner, that is naive based algorithm. As you know, naive based algorithm is basically by the Bayes theorem. Probability of A given B is equal to probability of B given A into probability of A divided by probability of B given A into probability of A plus probability of B given A complement into probability of A complement. So this is what is the basic Bayes theorem that we have all learned, right? And it is very important in terms of the machine learning, right? It is also very helpful and it goes very well with respect to logistic regression, decision trees and all that, right? Now you keep adding this and see the result. Let us click on the result, test and score. Are you able to see? So what is your comparison? When you compare it, right, it has not given a very good result, right? So far the best result that we could get here is tree, right? So now the naive based, I don't want to get into too much details of the Bayes theorem. You have already seen that. So Bayes theorem is the logic behind naive based algorithm. Now the other algorithm that we have is random forest. Okay, is the random forest? I don't know why it is loose connection, maybe. I will not. So now random forest. What is the algorithm behind random forest? Decision tree. So how do you find this random forest related thing? It will create multiple decision trees and give you the average of best of the decision trees, right? So this is behind algorithm is decision trees, but it gives you multiple values and is the average of the best of the models, right? So algorithm remains the decision trees. Now if you do that, again you take in the model, you take random forest. Are you able to see random forest? Connect it to test and score, right? Now you click test and score. So whether it has given better result? Tree and random forest, they are very close to each other. Both are same. Both are same. So it is a very ideal case. Whatever you got from the decision tree is the same in this case. What could be the issue? The issue could be the 80%, 20%, 80%, 20%, right? Now there are few things that we need to again check with the cross validation. They are basically k-fold cross validation, k-fold cross validation, and there is one more thing that we basically don't take for the large data set, that is called as leave one out cross validation. Leave one out cross validation is basically loose sieve. Loose sieve is not tested on a very large data size, because on the large data size your model will be taking a lot of time. We can do that, okay, little later. But now for these four methods we have got the tree, and the random forest, their values are very, very close to each other. Now let us bring one more model there, that is nothing but your support vector machine. Okay, that is called as SVM. So for SVM, I just show you the algorithm there. The support vector machine algorithm is this. So you have the values, plus minus 1 are the boundaries, right? W is the weight vector, B is the bias, right? You now do the estimation with respect to this particular calculation. Then optimum value that you take with respect to the minimum of half, this is the distance matrix, you take the distance. Then if greater than equal to 1 and this is the distance matrix, you just solve it by using this small LPP. So you get your values with respect to the boundary, whether it is less than minus 1 or greater than equal to minus 1. There are two different planes that are created by this particular support vector machine algorithm. Now let us do one thing. Go to your model. You can type here SVM. So SVM, there is one problem with SVM. There are two things. One is interpretability and accuracy, right? Interpretability, accuracy may be very high in some cases, but interpretation is difficult, right? Interpretation is difficult. Or you can say interpretability versus flexibility, right? Flexibility may be very high, interpretability may be low. For instance, support vector machine, it is a model. This can give you very high accuracy, but problem with interpretability, right? Logistic regression that way is very good in terms of interpretability, but not very flexible, right? So there are few methods in terms of the assessment of the model that we basically talk about. So now we have given SVM. Now you check whether all the things we got it or not. We got. Unfortunately, support vector machine has the least score in this case, right? And the MCC, Matthews correlation coefficient, is negative, right? So this is the way you can see all the models. Now let us do one thing. Let us see the prediction part, right? So now let us see the prediction part. So for the prediction, what you need to do? Test and score has now two different things. What are the two different things? Test and score, that widget that we have shown, right, like a beaker in a chemical laboratory, right? So it has a training data, it has the testing data, like how we do in the Python train test, right? We do there. Same thing is also here in terms of the widget. So the algorithm is already inside the widget, right? Now we need to see the prediction, right? So for seeing the prediction, you again go to your model. Then what you need to do, you keep here another widget called as prediction. You right click, you get another widget called as prediction. Now prediction, that widget can be connected to test and score, right? Now you double click it. Are you able to see something? Are you able to see something there? Can you see the prediction for all the models? See, survived, no. Logistic regression says no. Tree says no. Naive Bayes says no. Random forest says no. SVM says yes, right? Because it has a very low accuracy. It has a very low accuracy. Second case, survived, no. Logistic regression says yes. Tree also says yes. Naive Bayes says yes. Random forest says yes. SVM also says yes. So now we can see their respective probabilities, right? Now once you see that, now what you need to do is go to again the analysis, connect it with respect to the data table, right? Connect it with respect to data table. I just close this, go there, close it, data table, you can connect and you can see the things that we have already Seen, it is more or less directly clicking also you are able to see. But now let us connect it to confusion matrix. Now let us connect it to confusion matrix. Prediction to confusion matrix. Confusion matrix. Yeah, you can connect it to the test and score, right? Test and score, you can see the confusion matrix. Now, the confusion matrix can be for the training, can be for the testing, right? For both, right? Training and testing, both sets of data set, you can see the confusion matrix. Now, let us do one thing. You see in the first case, what is that you see in the first case? How many records are there in 80%? How many records are there in 80%? 17, 61 records. How many records are there in this? 440. Total is 2201, right? Now, if you click the second one for the tree, you can see the confusion matrix. Third one is the naive based. You can see the confusion matrix. Please see. Are you able to see now? Third one, fourth one, right? Fifth one, right? You are all able to see, right? Now, what you need to do is go to the test and score widget, and there you click test, and you should be able to see the segregation for 440 items. Let us go there, minimize. Here you can see test data. Go there. Just a moment, just to go to test and score. Now you can see the confusion matrix. I think I just closed it. So this one. So how many records you are able to see? I maximize. Logistic regression is the learner. 440 is the record. Unfortunately, many records are classified as either false positive or false negative, right? That is where we are getting at least 23% error. 23% error, whether it is a decision tree or logistic regression, we are getting the error, 23%. So not very high accuracy, right? Are you able to see now? How many of you are able to see this? In your case, any difficulty? Please, because I am not able to see your screen, just ask me, I will be able to definitely help you. So logistic regression, then you go to tree, click one by one and see the values. If you want to copy them, you can copy them. There is down, you can see the report. Can you see on the down? Report, right? The file, you can save it and take it to the Word document, whatever, but that is not very needed now. So we are able to see the confusion matrix for all the cases. Naive based, random forest, SVM. Of course, SVM has given a very wide variation in terms of the accuracy. So SVM has not done a good job in this particular case, but all other four things more or less are fine, right? Now let us go to the the analysis. What you need to do is connect to this particular part. If you want to see the confusion matrix is already over, then you can see the prediction, data table can be connected, right? Now, if you want to see the distribution, you can connect to the distribution. Okay, you can see the distribution. Go to test and score, connect to the widget called distribution. You can see the distribution, okay, and you can check one by one. Logistic regression distribution, how many no, how many yes, tree, how many no, how many yes, naive based, how many no, how many yes, right? Random forest, how many no, how many yes? SVM, how many no, how many yes? If you want the values, normally before any model, we go for what is that called as descriptive statistics, right? But in this case, descriptive statistics feature is not available, right? You can go by the distribution. That widget you can use for the distribution. But in Python, we have describe the file. When you give describe the file, then it gives you mean, median, count, quartile 1, quartile 2, quartile 3, minimum, maximum. That is basically called as the items for the box plot, right? If you want to connect it to the box plot, that you can also connect it. What is a box plot? What is a box plot? Box plot is very good for outlier, right? Is a box plot. This is minimum, which is equal to quartile 1 minus 1.5 times inter quartile range. This is quartile 3 plus 1.5 times inter quartile range. This is maximum. This is quartile 1, this is quartile 3, this is quartile 2. Can you say quartile 2 is exactly the middle point of quartile 1 and quartile 2, quartile 3? It need not be. If the data is perfectly normal, it may. Otherwise, the quartile 2 and quartile 1, they may be very close, right? Could be like left skewed curve, right? So, this is minimum, this is maximum. If you want to connect it to the box plot, go there, connect it to the box plot, close it, box plot, BOX, just type. Otherwise, also you can go, see now, all the models you can see the box plot. So, let us see one by one. Logistic regression, very good representation. Of the total no, how many the model is saying no? Almost to 77%. You can also keep on the bar the cursor and you can see the value. Of the total positive, of the total yes, how many the model is correctly classifying? Looking like some 20% or maybe 10%, right? This is for the logistic regression. Of the total yes, this is like a stratum. Yes is like a stratum, no is like a stratum. Stratified random, okay, stratum. So, stratum is leading to stratification sampling, stratified sampling, right. So, now in this case you can see, go to the tree. What is that I am doing here is, I am connecting the test and score with the widget called as box plot, right. If you want some visual representation, you can go by the distribution, you can go by box plot, right. Now, you see tree, this is tree, right. This is naive based, this is random forest, this is SVM, right. All these things you can probably visually see, copy and paste wherever you need. So, let me close this. So, this particular part we broadly have seen with respect to the model building, right, and the assessment for training and the testing, right. Now, I would like to briefly talk about few more things. Before that, all of you are getting the results like this, all the results you are getting. There are few more things I will quickly talk about. We have some 20 minutes, right. So, let me go through little bit of presentation and I will show you the few more things with respect to the model related issues. Then we will come back here and to talk about few training and testing related issues with respect to cross validation. Let us go to the presentation quickly. I do not have much presentation to make actually, anyway I will be sharing this document with you. So, this is the confusion matrix that you have already seen, right. In case you have more number of categories, right, this becomes a little critical. I have listed here, you can just go through it. Model accuracy for the binomial distribution, I think we have already spoken about it. This is for the multinomial. What is binomial, what is multinomial? More than 2 categories is qualifying for the multinomial, right, multinomial. So, this is for the multinomial, and precision, recall, specificity, then the F1 score is basically the precision, the recall, the harmonic mean that you can calculate. So, and this is the area under the curve, already we have discussed. Then the comparison of the ROC curve we have already spoken about. This is cross validation. Okay. So though we have used in the model, but I didn't tell you this particular part. Okay. So there are a few things. Training testing split, you can have 80%, 20%, right, and you can go for the check repeatedly, right, without really fixing the sample, right. You can check multiple times, then you get the result and see how the model is varying with respect to the analysis that you have already done. Is there anyone who is not able to execute that particular analysis in the with the software? All of you have done something, right? Then the second category is repeating the training and testing, repeating multiple times you are executing, right? Now the third one is k-fold cross validation. This is basically k minus 1 by k, 1 by k, and this is k. That means if you have 2201 number of records, 2201 number of records, you are dividing by 10 fold. Every fold is approximately 220 units, right? So 220 unit you are keeping for the test, the remaining you are basically keeping for training, right? So this is actually one way of the cross validation that we will check. The fourth one is relatively time consuming and is not essential for large data set. For the large data set, or this when sample size is very large, like this case, this may not be really very helpful because this takes quite a lot of time. If your system is, let us say, 16 GB, you still have to wait for 5 minutes or so, right? And if it is 32 GB or so, then probably it can quickly execute, right? Otherwise it may take some time, right? But anyway, you can also check that. So these are the methods available for your cross validation. Now let me take you to this thing. So this is our data anyway. Okay. So now let us go to our, I think there is no more thing to present. Go to your analysis page. Go to data sampler. Go to data sampler now, right? So for the data sampler, can you exercise this 80%, 20%, 70%, 30%, 75%, 25%, right? I think I have given you some references in my other presentation which I did not show you because of the paucity of the time. There I think I have given you some citation that you can follow. What should be the cutoff? You cannot just like that take whatever percentage you like. So some cases 70-30 people take, otherwise 80-20 is the rule basically we take in terms of analysis. Now go for this particular cross validation, go for this cross validation, click there, cross validation. Instead of fixed proportion of the data, go for the cross validation, and by default number of subsets is equal to 10. Each subset will have 220 record, right? So 9 times of this will be treated as your training data, 1 time of 220 will be taken as your testing data. Now the model will be executing. What happens in the first case? What happens in the first case? 80-20. Who are those 80? Who are those 80? Out of 2201 record, we have fixed 80% is the training. But who are those 80? Random selection. Random selection. But in this case, the model is dividing the data into 10 parts. They are called as fold, like we are folding the paper. So fold. How many fold? 10 fold. Out of the 10 fold, how many folds are being used for? Okay. So that you need to decide here. Number of subset is 10. One subset we are keeping for test, and rest is like the previous case. Execute it quickly. Go to your before you execute, please click the sample data. Please click the sample data. Don't forget to click the sample data. Unless you click it, no, it may be older data may be there in the memory. Older data may be there in the memory, right? Like overfitting. The machine remembers the model. Now, one more thing here, stratify sample when possible. What does this mean? What does this mean? stratifying. You are breaking. What way you are breaking? Right? Is a question mark. What is the model doing inside? You have divided the data into 9 parts for the training, 1 part for the testing. Now, whatever will be the proportion of survival, non-survival in the original sample will be preserved in the cross-fold, k-fold, subsets. Are you getting my point? Let us say your 75% people survived, 25% people not survived, right? When you go for the k-fold, the same proportion should be preserved. What does this mean? This proportion will not be disturbed. Are you getting my point? In the model also, when you click it, this proportion has to be preserved. Otherwise, the k-fold, it may be somewhere 80%, 20%, 90%, 10%. This will give you different result, and the result may be little disturbing, may be biased. Wherever possible, you can probably check it. You can click in this case, stratify sample when possible. The proportion will be preserved. Proportion will not be disturbed, right? That is actually you are little streamlining the analysis. Then you go for the sample data, close it, go to your analysis, right? Training data, testing data. You are able to see now? The figures are little changed because of the paucity of the time we are not getting into each figure, but there are some changes in the figure, right? So now you tell me, according to your experience, not necessarily with the class that you are going through, from your experience, what do you think will be better for the cross validation, whether 80%, 20% or k-fold cross validation? Which do you think may be better? K-fold cross validation? Is it all the times? Maybe we need to check. It may not be all the times, but k-fold cross validation as well as your 80%, 20% is the standard procedure for the training and testing. Now, if you want to just click, I don't know whether we will be able to do that, just click on Lucive. Okay, go to your train and test widget, go to your train and test widget, and there you have leave one out cross validation, right? If you click that, let us not worry too much, it may take some time to get executed. Are you able to see this? What is the intricacy in the algorithm? Can anybody say? How many times the iteration will be happening? How many times the iteration will be happening? 2, 2, 0, 1 times. 1 will be left. Second from remaining will be tested. So it takes time. Okay, it takes time. Can you see? In case I think all our machines are 16 GB RAM, it may take some 2-3 minutes or maybe 5 minutes, but within that you will be getting your result, right? So the similar things are available here. Random sampling, you can also test with respect to random sampling, but we have already more or less seen that. But you can see here 16% is executed. Likewise, it will be executing further to give you the results. Let us go to the model ones. So distribution you have seen, box plot you have seen, prediction you have seen, right? I have only taken the models that are more appropriate for classification, and that too for Titanic data set, right? So you can also try with a neural network, right? But these 5 models that I have tested, you can also try with other. But this one, what is that? Lucive, leave one out cross validation, that may take little time. You can still check whether it has come for you or not. Still is it getting executed, 30% is completed by now, right? and in this particular case, you will be getting single output, right? Now, if you want to check those output, you need to take that particular elusive output, whatever you have, but you cannot have the confusion matrix. Why? Why the confusion matrix is not possible? Rightly said, sir. So, only one sample is used for cross validation. You cannot have the confusion matrix, right? So, that probably you may have to check. It is not a very practical method in terms of machine learning when the data size is relatively bigger, but small data size you can probably take. Small data size, sample size is a concern. Let us say cancer related data in the healthcare, at least not many data are available, there you can probably check. But in this particular case, marketing cases, production cases, many other computer science related cases, you can probably go for k-fold or you can go for 80%, 20%. That's the fine. And if you want to compare, you can compare and take the best of the result, right? That will be your summary, right? So, copying and pasting is not a very big deal, you can do that, right? So, I think more or less we have covered the things. Let us go to the thing here. So, we have stated about confusion matrix and prediction, box plot, distribution. I think more or less we have covered here, and this is one critical part. I just want to inform you, when you click the data sampler, right, data sampler has a two connections, right? People commit mistake there. I just want to tell you. Can you see data sampler to test and score? There are two connections. There are two connections. One is for the training, one is for the testing, right? If you don't click both, right, then your execution part will not be there. Can you see? Data sample is going to data, remaining data is the test data, right? By any mistake, if one is not selected, then you cannot expect both the results. Now we are able to see both the results, no? If I remove it, let us say if I remove it, press OK, now you see right, nothing is there because we have not clicked the test data. So, if you want to do that, so you have to click both. This is actually one thing. So, relatively a simple tool in case of in case of machine learning, right? And as you know that machine learning is like the lifeblood of artificial intelligence, right? And all of you are from computer science, so I also have studied. So, artificial intelligence basically takes into concern with respect to machine learning and the fuzzy logic broadly, right? All this robotics and all that are basically reinforcement learning, and there we talk about the fuzzy logic. I think most of you, I think all of you might have gone through the fuzzy logic, soft computing. So, little bit we studied actually, but anyway, I have forgotten something because it's a long back, certain things we have been not doing, but these are the few things we have been doing on regular basis. So, I think more or less I have given you the essence of the training and testing. I will just quickly show you the presentation what I was supposed to have, but possibly the time I could not do it. So, I will just share with all of you, right. You can just go through it. I have given my email ID. So, in case of any concern, you can probably come back. I think these are the few things we discussed briefly. So, that is why I did not want to waste my time on this particular part. Normality check, reliability check, missing values, okay. Then missing value, what percentage you can take for your citation, right. What percentage should be treated with the imputation, right. Data imputation, outlier, I think we have discussed in this case, Mahalanobis distance, Cook's distance, leverage values. These are the few things we had in terms of the data pre-processing, So, I think my time was up to 11, so it is 10:57. Then I think yeah, decision tree, one more I will be sending it to you, how the node is dividing the what is that the branches. How the branches are being divided using entropy. Entropy is the negative logarithm of the negative of the probability into the log 2, right, log 2p into p. So, that way we have taken this. I have taken a small exercise here and I have done it, and on the basis of that we have used entropy, and mostly in the decision trees entropy works better than the in terms of the classification. We can also try with respect to Gini index. Okay. So, I have given the all the steps, right, because of the paucity of the time I am not getting into. So, you can keep the cursor and see how the formula have been calculated. So, not a big deal. I will share with this, and this particular sheet you please save, all of you please save. I will also share this. So, this also I am going to share with all of you. So, this is broadly the training and testing, right, and maybe for some of you maybe little refreshing. All of you are from computer science. I do not know how far the program or maybe the class is making the kind of a breakthrough in your career, but all of you must be acquainted with certain things from here and there, of course, not with the business sense, but in your computer science domain you might have already seen, but it is kind of a refreshing discussion that we had altogether. Okay. So, I think going to be 11. Any questions? Quickly we can break for tea. So, I am going to share this things with all of you. Yes. Yeah, yeah. For k fold, no, k fold is different from 80-20. How many folds you want? See, let us say you have a page, right? So, this is your total sample. You want 2 fold, 50-50, or you want 4 fold, again more 2 folds. So, that means each fold has 220 record. It is not like 80%, 20%. Each fold, this is a different aspect altogether. You have how many records you have? 2201 records you have. Now you are dividing by 10 fold. So, each record is approximately 220 units. Now, 9 fold will be used for training and 1 fold will be used for testing, approximately, because 1 is excess here. So, approximately, or you can say 221, right. Then finally, you are getting 2201 number of items, right. So, loose heap is not a good idea in this case because the sample size is very large. So, this is a good one. Either you can go for k fold. Normally people go for 10 folds. Normally people go for 10 fold. I think I have given in the data management, in the slide data management I have given that. Normally people go for 10 fold. Even if it is 5000 record or so, you can go for 10. But if you wish, you can divide further into 20 part and see. But the thing is that we should be in a position to compare the accuracy, right. That may be little time consuming. Have 5 fold, check the accuracy, 10 fold, check the accuracy, 15 fold, check the accuracy, 20 fold, check the accuracy. I think in orange, I think you have up to 20 fold, right. Can you quickly check how many folds you can have? Twenty folds, right. You can have 20 fold. So, if you go for 20 fold, then it will be 20, right. So, you will be getting approximately 1 not 120 you will be getting 120, right, 2 2 no. So, 120 you will be getting, yes, for the 20 fold 110, right, 110, right. So, 20 fold, more than that is not available. So, it may be practical to go up to 20 fold, right. Yeah. You may get better accuracy because it is very difficult to say actually, because we have to compare all the results, then only you can come to this particular thing, right. So, there is one thing called as bias and the other thing is called as variance. If the model is very complex, accuracy may be higher, but variance may be lower. if the model is not very complex, bias may be higher, but the variance will be lower. So there is something called as, sometimes we have to see that part, but unfortunately the RMSE part is not visible here. You can probably see that the root mean square error or mean square error. Mean square error, root mean square error basically we take for multiple regression. In this case we take the accuracy because it is a classification problem basically. So there, wherever possible we can have that also, right. So how can you find the accuracy? Let us say it is not given here, just to quickly give you the idea, accuracy, right, minus accuracy 1, accuracy 2, accuracy 3, and the average square root is the variance. That also you can check. But unfortunately, what I am talking about is basically x minus x bar square summation square root. This is your sigma. Unfortunately, sigma is not visible in orange. That's why I could not tell you, right. So we have only shown precision, accuracy, area under the curve, MCC, these are the few things, but variance is not shown. Variance also can be checked manually also, right. You go for multiple accuracy, find out the variance, this variance can be compared with accuracy. So somewhere you will see accuracy is very high, variance is low, somewhere you will see variance is high, accuracy is low. So what is the best model? Somewhere balancing, right. That is called as bias variance trade-off. Unfortunately, I could not tell you because I did not get any output with respect to sigma, right. But if you want to do little bit, I think all of you must be good in some sense in mathematics, because of computer science mathematics they are very, because when I was doing my MSc from NIT Roorkela, we are very close to the computer science department, because our faculty were teaching in computer science, their faculty were also teaching in the mathematics, and this is one department and the physics is another department we like the most, in fact, right. In the in terms of our what is that, bonding, you can say, probably it's a natural bonding, right. So thank you very much all of you. I feel that I have given you some essence, if not some refreshing things that we have discussed here, and wish you all the very best. We'll stop here. Any further questions? Right? Okay, thank you. Yes sir, quickly. Area under the curve. You are talking about here, sir, area under the curve. No, you are talking about my presentation. Oh, visualize. You are talking about connecting to ROC analysis, right? That you can do. Yes, yes. Yes. So this also you can do, and if you go here, I think test and score, you should be able to see this particular part. It's not visible now, maybe you should be able to see this particular, this is not shown, no? This is not shown. Where? Cross validity. Oh, you are talking about this? Yes, yes, yes. So in this case, what are these these are the probabilities actually. What are these probabilities? Can anybody say? These are actually logistic regression to logistic regression, 100%. Yes, tree to tree, 100%. Naive Bayes to naive Bayes, 100%. So this is like a upper triangular, lower triangular matrix. Now what is happening here? Please see. Here in this case, how many times tree and logistic regression are giving you the accurate result? How many times the tree is giving better result than logistic regression, right? So this is like a comparison. So that means if you see tree is 99.9%, right, is the score. So then logistic regression and the tree comparison is 0.001. So if you add them both, you will get 100%. So that means this comparison says the tree is relatively better than logistic regression, right? This is like a probability. You are finding the probability. You are finding the probability. What is the probability? How often? What is the probability that? What is the probability that tree will give you better result than logistic regression, right? So I have shown you area under the curve AUC1, AUC2, right? AUC1 minus AUC2 divided by AUC1 plus AUC2 minus 2 times of covariance of AUC1, AUC2 and the square root, right? So that is the Z score. That Z score you have to calculate with a two-tailed test. If that is less than 0.001 or 0.001 or 0.05, you get your this score. And that is basically, these results are basically from De Long's, I'm sorry, I forgot it actually. This is basically from De Long's statistics, right? So 99%. Similarly, you can see the comparison. They are complement to each other. If logistic regression and tree and logistic regression 99.9%, okay, tree is 99.9% more accurate in this case than your logistic regression, because they are complementary to each other. There, this one plus this one, is it 100%? Is it 100%? Naive Bayes and naive Bayes to logistic regression to naive Bayes, is it 100%? 100% or not? 0.982 plus 0.018, 100%, right? So when it comes to the comparison, logistic regression can be preferred than naive Bayes, and they are all probability calculated, and that probability you cannot probably, every case there is a probability, and that is called as predicted probability. How we can calculate? 1 by e to the power minus a plus b1 x1 b2 x2 and so on. I have shown you, no? That is the predicted probability. Okay. So I think I just missed it. Okay, thank you, sir. So we'll stop here now. Okay, and wish you all the very best.
institutions and organizations including Gita University, MBFR Engineering College, and the Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, Bangalore. His research interests include software engineering, mobile databases, and e-learning. He is also actively involved in professional bodies such as CSI, IEEE, ACM, and IEEE, contributing significantly to the academic and the research community. So from here, sir will take over. Sir, you can take over.
Thank you. Right, I have a session on this white coding. I asked the same question to the first batch. I was a little late while coming because of one interesting thing today. But there's a petrol pump where petrol is being served. So they have blocked the entire road. So I asked a question to them and I'm asking you the same question. Can AI help me in solving this problem? Okay, let us think about it. Okay, like somebody says that AI still cannot, Google cannot give me still rotis. Okay, so let us discuss on that, but the interesting concept is vibe coding. No, personally I don't like this topic. Okay, where we are removing the programming barriers and we want AI to generate a code. Still you can use it, but you should be a good prompt engineer. We'll discuss about it in this particular talk. So basically, this artificial intelligence, we do a lot of jokes on this because people say AI. We have some other abbreviations for AI. Okay, we say we first require actual intelligence. Okay, so that we can have artificial intelligence. And we also added another A today, of course, very recently, augmented intelligence. Okay, where we are standing is very much important. So my talk is also, concentrate on that. Vibe coding will work if we have actual intelligence. Okay, and very good that I am talking to my peers who are computer science teachers. So we'll have a different view of this particular topic. But very interestingly, probably by the end of the session, some people will be feeling very happy. Some people will say, what is this happening here? Okay. Very interesting thing is, though vibe coding was coined in the 2025, okay, word, but we at our lab, software engineering lab, we used to work on this LC-NC platform. So the moment the topic came, my dean talked to me and said that, would you like to take this topic? I said, I can take LC-NC, but I don't want to take vibe coding. Yeah, that is their syllabus. Well, okay, I'll take it in next week, not this week, I said. Last week he asked me. He said, that's fine, we'll arrange in the next week. Okay, because we used to work on this low-code, no-code platform before AI. Before AI, our team used to work on low-code, no-code platform. In fact, in 2016 itself, we demonstrated. I do a software engineering course right now still going on. Okay, where I think 2 weeks back to these masters guys, I did a 3-hour session. In 3-hour session, I did that entire transformation into the code. I did my analysis, I did my design, I did my architecture, I converted to code. Then I just closed that session. Are you still needed by the industry? And I went away. And on that day, I said that I'm not doing any AI. Till that day, I did not do any AI. Because this we were practicing since long. Not today. The next class, I came and said that the pieces of code which need to be refined, I asked AI and put it. Again, I asked them a question in the last week, and I think tomorrow I'll take the responses. Are you still needed? I asked that question. Most of the answers are there in this talk for this. So basically, it is the AI-powered low-code, no-code platform. We used to work on this platform. We used to say LC-NC. Okay, we have a MTech thesis also on that, where the student worked on this particular quality. In fact, right now our group works on a lot of LLM generation of the codes. One team works on the defect prediction through this LLM generated codes. One group works on the maintainability of the LLM generated codes. One group works with, they are about to publish, they are working on LLM generated on multi-languages. Things are moving very fast. Okay, but what is this vibe coding all about? I think some of you might have already gone through this. Okay, but there is my email ID, which will not come later. Maybe somewhere you want to collaborate, write to us and all, you can do that. That is a lab where I specialize in that. We have a software engineering group, very vibrant group. Maybe if you have time, you can visit us. Interestingly, this image what I generated, I asked my co-pilot, I want to give a talk on whiteboarding. Can you generate me a very good image to set up the platform? And it has given this. Now, very interestingly, it has chosen some of the things here. Colors and all. I have an account with this. So it knows all my previous options, my thing, whatever I asked. Based on that, it has generated the code. So that I'll not refine this. I use a lot of prompt engineering. You should be very good prompt engineer now, rather than computer science engineer, if you want to use AI tools. Okay. So sometimes I interact with this LLM so good. If you see, you'll be surprised. And then I don't like your image. I want a little bit attractive. I sometimes say that I want to give this, show this image to a teachers. Generate me an image for that. I want to give a talk for a PG students. I want an image for that. So you have to, go to that prompt to that particular level. This time I didn't ask, so I said, training program. And it gave very good here. I was happy. Specifically the subtitle. The future of app development with application development with AI is whiteboarding. Coined by one guy in 2025. So here if you see, from prompts to directly, no coding. But will it work? We'll discuss this. It works to an extent. We cannot be a pure whiteboarder. That's what we'll discuss it. Okay, but as a computer science faculty, we need to train other people so they can use whiteboarding, where coding cannot come in their barrier. Okay, our age is gone. Where we used to say, we are computer science people. We can only code it. Yeah, that is gone. So from prompts to product, directly from prompts to a product. So we should be a good prompt engineer. Okay, so that we can develop those products very fine. And here, code less, create more. Code less is very good for us, but don't code should not work for a responsible AI citizens. Okay, we'll talk about it. So we'll see what is whiteboarding. We'll do a lot of some examples. You will of course like it. Okay, I'll not do a very theoretical session. So whiteboarding is an emerging AI-driven development paradigm. What it does? Describe your intent in natural language. Whatever way you want to express, you have to express it. But that has become a challenge now. How do you express your intent properly so that you get a proper response? That has become a very big challenge today. So I gave an example in the morning, I'll just do that. Then what happens once you give your intent, AI then generates your code. As a responsible AI citizen, you should not stop here. What do you have to do? Refine, you have to test it and debug code for you so that you go for a app development. I'll give an example where you can get a glimpse of prompt engineering. Okay. My dean asked me that, Salman, can I get a software project management course structure immediately? I had old syllabus, but of course we don't want to go for a old syllabus. So I said, sir, I don't have much of time. Whatever you do, please submit it. You have to submit to the board. Let them give feedback there. That will refine it, but it should go to this board. Okay. I tried some of the very good institutions. I didn't like their content. It was not fitting our so-called, I don't say standards, our templates. So what I did is, I'm talking about prompt engineering. I downloaded the best book of software project management, which is said to be PMP, body of knowledge, project management professional, body of knowledge, BOK, 2025 latest book, huge book. They gave it to my LLM. That please prepare me the syllabus from this book covering all aspects. Oh my goodness, it gave a huge syllabus. I said, I want the syllabus in 5 units. It gave it again. I said, it is too huge. Can you summarize it with not more than 6-7 topics per unit, yet covering entire thing? He did it. Then I reviewed it. Few things I changed it. That is what I did it. Then I said, here again, only the course structure will not work. I said, can you write course outcomes for this course? It generated some 15 course outcomes. Here, I want only 5. It generated 5. I said, I'm not satisfied with this because it is not matching Bloom's taxonomy. Can you rewrite my course outcome using the Bloom's taxonomy? It wrote, I was not happy. I said, can this Bloom's taxonomy can be refined for a postgraduate students? It refined it. Then some of the course outcomes I modified it, copied it, put some other references. Then I asked, what is the best way to evaluate this course? I said, what is the best way to evaluate this course? Then I said, the document to be taken is the final document, not the first one. You will be very much surprised. If I have the document, I can show you. It says Unit 1 has to be evaluated like this. In Unit 2, you have to give a case study. In Unit 3, you have to give a particular, quiz-like thing. My goodness. Of course, I modified those assessment mechanisms. No, you may say, okay, you have copied it. But I'm talking about prompt engineering. It cannot be a single prompt and what you get is finalized. You have to go on refining your prompt till you are satisfied. Same thing happens with vibe coding. Okay. So here vibe coding shifts focus from syntax heavy programming to prompt driven workflows. Gone are those days where we used to tell, write a syntax of if statement, but if I that syntax, it doesn't say about it. Making application creation faster and more accessible. You are all from computer science. You might have studied about agile methodology. We talk about rapid application development. This is very fast rapid application development. We'll see that very soon. So building software by simply describing what you want in plain English rather than writing the trade. What you want, you have to write it to the prompt. It will give the code. You can use it. And you'll be very much surprised when I talk about this word called natural language. You will be so surprised when I give you an example. I was giving a Golden Jubilee Series talk of our university. By School of Humanities, they called me. And they gave a title for me, that role of artificial intelligence in development of Urdu language. My goodness, I have to do a lot of study on that before going to that talk. Because it was a Golden Jubilee Series talk. This should be at the national level. So when I went for that, you will be very much surprised. On the fly, there itself, what I did is I went to the Google translator, translated some content in Urdu, and gave it to LLM. And I said, you are Urdu expert. Tell me whether it has given correctly. They said it has given correctly. That's what a particular thing is for talk about a natural language. You give an input in any of the natural languages. Okay, in fact, after that talk, they included that part in their research methodology course, which we'll discuss about it also. So express your idea. Expressing your idea is very important. I think the entire story, what I told is nothing but how best you express your idea. You have to define your ideas. AI generates the code. Keep prompting for changes, and just like I asked you, until you are satisfied. This is what is vibe coding is all about. Okay, we'll see some of the very good examples, and you will like that. A prompt-driven development style where natural language replaces the manual coding. Goal. What is the goal? You have to build applications which by describing what you want, and all code is handled by the AI. Why it matters? Speeds up the rapid application development is becoming very rapid application development now. Lowers entry barriers. Gone are those days where we say, non-computer science will say, I don't know code. How should I proceed? Okay. Fosters creativity because we have seen a lot of startups have come up these days. They do things very fast because of these AI tools. But of course, there are certain problems there. We'll discuss that as a computer science field. When you get the type of vibe codings, there you'll know. Because till now, everybody at this moment of time will be confused. So what happens? Whether we are still needed. What should be done? That is what is required. So we'll discuss about it. But if you talk about this, fosters creativity is very much important, which is happening here. Okay, entry barriers are not there. So I think one of my former students visited me 2 days back, maybe a day before yesterday. She said that I am doing a PhD somewhere. I taught her some advanced statistics course, she remembers. I don't remember. And she wants to apply some data analytics, and she wants my input. I said, do you need my input even today? Yes, sir. I said, do you use vibe coding and generate your code? But though she was not from computer science, but she was very sharp. She said, no, but I want to write my own code. But if you still want to write your own code, first understand the concept, but still you go for vibe coding. The code which is generated, if you want to understand it, you first read, but go for vibe coding. I said, still if I'm needed, you can come. Otherwise, you can watch my videos of this course. I gave all the links of my videos. Okay, and still if you require, you can come back to me. So I'm hoping she'll not come back to me. Okay, because of the concepts which are available today. Okay, so we'll discuss that. We probably will not make you very much boring. Let me complete some of the things. Here, this slide is very important for us, specifically we computer science people. Okay, there are two approaches to vibe coding. One is a pure vibe coding. So my takeaway is we should not be pure vibe coders. We should be responsible AI developers. Please understand that. Okay, we'll see that. What is that? Pure vibe, it is most exploratory form. A user might fully trust the AI's outputs to work as intended. Maybe people who do not know programming should do it. Even if you are going for vibe coding, I want that you people should know the programming concepts to become a responsible AI developer. Okay. That was a person who coined this word, Karpati, okay, called vibe coding. It says forgetting that the code even exists. Okay. Making it best suited for rapid iteration, what he called as a throwaway weekend projects, where speed is the primary goal, not even a weekend project. You can develop things within seconds here. Okay. But we are here. We are here, but when you talk to people who are from non-computer science people, you can still then tell them that you can use a vibe coding, that is pure vibe coder, but tomorrow you cannot modify it. You will not know what is happening. Purely as it says, there is no code exists. That is what it is. But we are here. This is the practical and professional application of the concept. I am not saying you should not use vibe coding. You should use vibe coding, but you should be a responsible AI developer. What you have to do, AI tools act as a powerful collaborator or pair programmer. So this AI tool, which is developing code, will be my collaborator. Since you all are from computer science, in Agile, there is something called XP, extreme programming. In extreme programming, there is a concept called pair programmer. And in our university, in the software engineering course, we follow that concept. And you all know software engineering course. In our university, it's the most toughest course, where there will be maximum failures. You'll be very much surprised how it is. Because in most of the state universities and all, it is treated as a theoretical course where people buttify waterfall model, this model, and just write it and pass. You can meet our students. I do an integrated class of MTech CS and AI, huge class. I do this course this semester. They bang their heads. Because we literally put them to a very live environment just like industry. And we evaluate very strict. They shout on me. My feedback is very bad with assessments. Okay, sprint evaluation. Sprint 1 is completed. I said you fared very badly. So I did a tutorial again. Now sprint 2 evaluation. We do that. So in that we said that at least 2 people should be there in the team. Because of this concept called pair program. And that is the reason I said in the first batch also, these days I do not trust assignments. I do classwork. Okay. So two are sitting. If you are coding, you are evaluator. And he cannot code all the time. Sprint 1 is coding. Sprint 2 you have to code it. You become a tester. Now why I am telling you this for pair programming? Use pair programming where your collaborator is an AI tool. Are you getting my point? Your collaborator is not a human being, another human being. Your collaborator is an AI tool. So that is what a responsible development is there. And while you teach these courses and all, please incorporate this word, coins in this particular word is very much required today for industry. The user guides the AI, but then please review that. Please read this. Review, test, understand the code is very much required as a part of responsible AI developer. Where pure vibe coder will not do this testing, will not understand the code. Okay, please see that I am putting a particular word to you. Make your AI tool as your pair programmer. Okay. Generates talking full ownership of the file. That's more important. The code which is generated, as with LLMs, it can be your code. You can take the full ownership of it. You can develop a product out of it also. But the thing is, you have to test it. So taking this point into picture, let's move ahead. So what should be the process? What should be vibe coding process? I think you might have heard about, the steps in this software development. When you talk about waterfall model, you say requirements analysis, design, coding, testing. Similarly, we have steps for vibe coding process. You can say vibe coding application development process, though people did not coin that word. You can say vibe coding application development process has series of steps. So interestingly, you'll be very much surprised. I didn't write this. I didn't write this. I know vibe coding, but I don't want to generate this content. Again, I asked my companion. You know who is my companion? Copilot. Okay, because I have an account with that. Okay. If I log in, it will say, "Hi Salman, how are you doing today?" And if I have my calendar, it will give me. That's the reason I'm not attaching calendar, because I don't want AI to know what I'm doing today. That's the reason I'm not linking it, because I don't know what will happen next. Okay. So here, these steps are generated by one of the LLM. But I did not trust on one LLM. I have also asked the other LLM. So here, first thing is describe the goal. You start with a high-level prompt in the plain language. Okay. Then what you have to do? AI generates the code. You have to execute and observe. Okay, we'll come to this point. For example, I'll open my Copilot. This is my Copilot. I want to give a prompt now. I want to give a prompt, and it has to generate a code for me. I'll say, write a Python script that reads data from I'm not using any of the white programming tools at the moment of time. The very first thing, if you want to start this white programming, is you can use any LLM. So I said, write a Python script that reads data from Excel file. So what it did is, here is a simple Python that reads data from Excel file using pandas. It has given that also. Okay. This approach is widely used because it's efficient and easy to work with. It has given this particular thing also. But the only thing is, when you come down here, what we want is nothing but you copy this particular code. Okay. Go to the Python prompt and execute it. Execute it unless and until you are satisfied with that. If you get any error, you give again that though I have executed but I got this error. Unless and until you are not doing any mistake in the path. You have to write this path properly where your Excel file is there. Okay. Otherwise, if you get it, so here what it is doing, specify the path to your Excel file. Give your path where exactly where you use Excel. Give the proper name of that Excel sheet. That's it. Read Excel is nothing but this one. And df.head display the first 5 rows. See whether it is displaying first 5 rows or not. So we need to give the prompt. Okay, when you get a code, copy that particular code, put it in Python, run it till you are satisfied. If you are satisfied, very much fine. Otherwise, you have to again ask a prompt, number one, or you have to refine your code. You have to refine your code as well. That is very much required here. So you are understanding the concepts. So if I will come down further, you will be very much surprised here. It gave me some notes here. What it says? Now the question comes into picture from where it has given the notes. Because what happens is people who did this first time, they just copied and executed it, they got errors. Many people got that errors. So the AI got trained to it and it is giving this particular thing. Make sure that you have pandas and OpenPixel installed. So how to install it is also giving it. Okay. Shows the first view, but you can manipulate the data frame however you like, filter, group, analyze, etc. If your Excel file has multiple sheets, you can specify one. It is also giving that. It says that if your Excel file has multiple sheets, you want to read from the sheet 1 or sheet 2. It is giving that there is another parameter called sheet underscore name. It is also giving that. So you can modify that according to that. Because here we have thought that there is only one sheet. Okay. Then when you come down, it also gives you a message for us. What is that? It gave me something. Would you like me to also show you how to loop through rows and access specific cell values or keep at the data frame level? I'll just say yes. Perfect. Let's expand the script. I think you're understanding the prompt engineering steps. Okay. Prompt engineering steps. That's what it happens. The very good thing about these LLMs is they will give you certain inputs at the end. Now, any idea how these inputs are coming up? If you type this, you may not get these inputs as it is. Why? Because I have my account here and my LLM got trained as to how I am going to ask these questions. Next time it is not allowing me to ask a question also. It is already giving me the recommendation at the end. Because it got trained to my way. Because when I start using, generally I do not use it, but when I use it, I'll keep on asking questions. Then I'll copy all of them, put it in Word file. Because I want to refer it later. Okay. Sometimes I want to do a topic and which I don't want to refer anywhere. I keep on asking questions. I just copy the text. I was exploring one topic for one of my researchers. There was a lot of confusion. So I asked all my LLMs and just copied yesterday. I have a 70-page document which I generated in 5 minutes. 70-page document here, along with the code is there. I need to go read it and run it, modify it and see. I think if I do that 70-page document, I am there, very much there. Okay, but I cannot test it directly. I have to execute it. So it has given me these things. It says that, let's expand the script. Here is how you can do it with Panda. So it has given how to access row by row. Okay. And it has also given some other thing like, how do you access a particular location? And it has also, do you want me also to show how to write back to Excel? All these sort of things. If you want, you can use it. Okay. Just coming back. Taking that example. Describe the goal. You start with a high level prompt. I started it. Okay. AI generated the AI assistant interprets your request and produces the initial code. Execute and observe. You run the generated code to see if it works as intended, but you need to modify little bit things like you have to change your path and so forth, right? If output isn't quite right or an error occurs, you provide a new instruction like that works, but an error has to be handled. Repeat this loop of describing, generating, testing. You have to do this. Generating, testing, and refining has to be iterated several times. Okay. So we need to do this as a responsible developer. You have to test it and refine the things. There is something called wired deploying, because for every software development we have a deployment stage. Yes. What is deployment? If you see, you might have studied about software development life cycle. It doesn't stop at the deployment. That's what it says. Vibe coding does not stop at the code generation. What it does, launch your application to live production grade environment with a single click or prompt. I will do that. I think morning I generated. I wrote one prompt and the app was generated. Just within a single click, it will be up and live. Okay. This removes the DevOps bottleneck. In DevOps, we have a bottleneck. What it says, you have to test your ideas with real users before going to the live environment. We are avoiding that. Okay. Vibe coding again operates at 2 levels. One is the low level, Okay, where iterate, loop or refining the code. Okay, and high level is nothing but deploying a full level code. You can iterate at the what we did it. Okay, and high level is nothing but deploying the full code which is up and live within no time. So I asked another LLM, do you want to express vibe coding life cycle in a different way? Okay. Compared to the previous one, I got one more extra step here. Please understand this very carefully. As a responsible AI developer, we should know that earlier it says, give an intent, AI will generate a code. Now it has added one more step called give spec also, where you specify any rules, any constraint, any context, okay, and specify the requirements. Like I think yesterday I was showing them. I told the students to write a particular code. Okay, they generated a Java code out of the tool, and I said, write a method for this. I said, I just switch off the all connections there, and I said, you write a code now. They started writing. They took about half an hour to write that simple code, but they wrote it. I said, okay, I switched on the switch, and I said, ask AI to generate your same code. Okay, and I think yesterday's observations were very good. They said that that code was not easily understandable. It was very lengthy, somebody said. Somebody said the variable convention was very bad. It was not readable. And some were commenting that unless and until we understand it very properly, tomorrow we cannot modify it. Hard to maintain. And somebody again objected that there are security issues with their code which is not secure. These sort of things came into picture at that particular moment of time when they started comparing it. Okay. So here, main important thing is I'm adding one more step here called specification. Then you generate the AI code, then the same steps are followed. You have to review, you have to iterate, adjust your prompts for improvements. Okay, like it has generated automatically. Otherwise, you can write your own prompt again. Okay, and refine and improve so that finally you can deploy the final application easily. Even after writing this, I asked LLM that if you give so much of theory, my participants will sleep. Can you generate me a good image for this process? It has generated, which I'll show you in the next slide. Hope you will get back, because you'll get bored, right? I said by this moment of time, my participants will sleep. Okay, can you generate me a good image so that I can produce a vibe coding lifecycle process? And it has generated this. Again, these colors, you will not get it, I got it. What do you mean by that? Earlier, I customized it many times. Whenever it generated an image for me, I said, I don't like this color, please change it. Okay, so probably those inputs it has taken to get it trained. I think it gave me a very good idea. I think I can use this somewhere. It's a very good figure which came into picture. It says from idea to app with AI assistance. I like that subtitle which was generated. I didn't give it. I didn't give it. It has generated. From idea to app with AI assistance. And it has given the steps. Describe idea. Oh, good. Very important thing. Set requirements. Okay. AI creates the, give it to the AI. Check and test. Very important. You have to test as a responsible AI developer. Based on that, the steps can be repeated. Finally, you can deploy your app. Then even after deploying also, you can modify it. No issues about it. Here some more things are added. You can describe entire application you want in a single high-level prompt in tools like Google AI Studio or Firebase Studio. Don't worry. We'll have a next slide where we'll display all the tools and when they should be used. Okay. AI generates the initial version of full application, including the user interface, backend logic, and file structure, everything. You test application, follow validation. Here, please understand this. You need to understand this point, which is very much important. That's where we are still there. Human expert reviews the application for This is more important. AI doesn't take care about these things. The manual expert or human expert should check whether the application is secure enough, which it has so satisfying the quality characteristics, correctness. You might have heard about certain software quality characteristics which you might have studied in your courses. We talked about maintainability. We talked about reliability. We talked about availability. We talked about interoperability, right? We talk about readability. Yes, we talk about security, trust, privacy. These are not taken care by AI. But I did that also. I said the code generated should be secure enough. Can you regenerate it? Few things were changed, but not all. Okay. Can it be reusable? It says, yeah, it is reusable, it says. But unless and until I understand the code, I cannot reuse it properly. So those challenges are there which we need to really take care about it. So this testing and validation stage, please understand, why AI fails. Okay, the code which is generated, we cannot trust is because we require a human expert to review the application for various quality characteristics, security, quality, even performance. We need to test for it. Okay, with a final prompt or a single click, you can also put it on a tool like Cloud Run. Directly, the application will go to a Cloud Run. Okay. So by this moment of time, you have understood what is white coding, what is the process which is followed. And if you are teaching a course where you are talking about app development, or you're talking about a course like software engineering, or you're talking about any application development course, or you're doing it, please include this workflow also in your teaching. Very much required today. Okay. But tell them that you should be a responsible AI developer, not a pure vibe coder. Okay. Tell them use it, test it. But before them, for example, you're doing Python. Let them understand Python concepts first. See, now some teachers are very, they are really worried. Because I did at least 10 talks in the last year on AI ethics, governance, and policy. In every discussion, people come and talk to me here. How should we stop students using these LLMs? Rashtriya, don't stop it. Like I said, I do in a classroom sessions these days. I stopped giving the home assignments. I said it is a classroom session. Write a code, use AI, compare it. That's what I do it. I said I stopped that particular, I said internet off. Okay, I did that in a last semester in an examination lab. I have to do a lot of things, by the way. I have to say that everybody deposit their mobile. Still I have to put it there and see what are the connections which are on. I said still some Bluetooths are on, please switch it off. Okay, and after that the response was horrible. The performance was horrible. And they got to know that this fellow will not leave now, they are really doing it. Okay, this time I want to do that. I decided that half of the lab I'll tell them to do it. Half of the lab I'll say use internet, use any ChatGPT, any LLM, any code generator. And compare your code and tell me what went wrong and what went good. That will have major marks. I'm going to tell this time. So we cannot stop using the technology, but try to make them responsible AI developers. That is what is required. Okay. This is important slide for us, for those, specifically for us, who have been doing, into the career, starting with C language, data structures in C, still very much required. Okay. Like my son is also in a computer science. So we always have a debate, even first year. But he just debates me. Every time he asks me a question, why C language is still needed? And I debate with him. Here for low-level programming, for understanding the concept. We understood long way, but still why you people are using C programming? Okay, it goes on into debate, So yesterday, I was discussing, then you use white coding. How can you understand if you do not know that C language concept? Well, he said, I know, but why you people are stressing so much? Data structures with C, that with C, why it is required, that? We had a good discussion actually, okay. That's fine, okay. But I said you should be responsible AI developer. Then there I stop. There he agrees. Okay. I said if you are very much good in understanding that code, if you can debug by yourself, you can modify by yourself, you can understand the differences, then I'm fine with that. Okay. Again, I'll take you back because I want to get you back into this session. I think 9th standard when my younger one is 9th, he wrote his 10th now. One day he was doing on the laptop, asking ChatGPT for some assignment. I said, here, what to do? But I didn't interfere. I kept quiet, seeing what he's doing. I went to his room actually. He's using laptop and asking, just writing on his notes. So I kept quiet because I cannot directly interfere with this generation. So I said, don't do it. Means I'll do it, he'll say. Okay, I said, let him do it. Once he's done, I said, boss, what you are doing? Some assignment was given because in their school, they give very interesting assignments also. So they have to use it. I said, maybe your teacher told you to write by yourself, right? Of course. But I saw that you are using ChatGPT and you are copying it. Did I only use ChatGPT to know what it is writing? I said, did you not copy? No, he said. I said, I don't believe it. You can check it. I've only taken that subheadings. Rest is mine. No, I didn't have answers to that. And really, I checked it. And I said, can you put that prompt again? And next year, what he did is he took that idea and he wrote his ideas into those subsections. I said, well, fine, good. It's still responsible AI. Okay, and I said one thing, but you tell your ma'am that I have used this prompt to get this structure. Then ethically you are right. You write reference. You said that the structure is taken through this by writing this prompt from this so-and-so source. Ethically you are valid. You are not fooling your ma'am. What he says, ma'am knows that. He says, do you think ma'am doesn't check that on LLM before correcting her assignments? I said, okay, responsible teacher then. Possibly. But I said, still you have to write it. Of course, we had a debate. That's fine. So we have differences here. Approach, write syntax manually. You know very well. Does the intent in natural language. We require skilled developers. Okay. We require, even developers can use it because we said it can be used as a pair programmer. Right? Speed, request slower because you have to write it, debug it, small mistake you did, again you get error. Whereas it is faster and AI handles boilerplate. Boilerplate is repeating things. Like if you write HTML, header and all those things are common. Okay, those repeating things will be taken care by AI. Here you have to write it. If you are writing a new application. Full control over code because you have written it. High abstraction, you know very well. Learning and read accessibility, developers only. This I was discussing in a morning session also. I think gone are those days where people used to say, it's my code. I cannot give it to you. No, yesterday in our school, we had an internship evaluation. Okay. Now the students earlier used to say that. One student told in my panel that, no, I will show your implementation. No, our company people told not to show the code. Very rare. If we know what is your prompt, we don't require that code. You would have generated with AI and showed it to us. We know the prompt after your presentation, what your code has to do. You would have given the same prompt to white coding, generated the code, modified it. He said, actual code I'm not showing, but here is the code. I said, do you think you are heading a company code? I know your prompt, I can write your code, I said it. So that is gone now. Developers only is not there. Because if you know my idea, just now you have seen my idea, you can also write it and get it. Right? Debugging manual. Here AI assisted, I would like to talk about it. When I wrote a function, for example, I say, write a function to do this. Tomorrow I want to test it also, right? You can also ask AI, can you generate test cases to test my function? Which is generated. So it will give me all the test cases. You run and check whether you are getting the same outputs or not. So some of my research scholars, just to save time, they generate those test cases through the LLM and again give those test cases to an automation tool to check things are working fine. But they write it in their prompt, in their paper. The test cases were generated through that prompt in LLM and they'll put it into a repository. And that link they'll provide in their all the research papers and theses and all. And they'll put it onto their Git. Everybody can open and check it. That is what they do. That can be done. That can be done. Creativity, you know very well. Still there is a creativity unless and until you do not have a proper prompt concept, it will not work. So that is the differences between the vibe and the traditional programming. This slide is important for you. And I want you all to try at least one sample on each tool in your lab. If there is a formal lab, fine, otherwise at your pace. At least one example on all this. One is a Google AI Studio, another is a Firebase Studio, Replit, Cursor and Windsurf. We'll see what are the things, what are the differences between these tools. Till now, whatever I have experimented, I did not use tool at all. I used it directly a LLM, right? Copilot, I used it. Okay. But there are specific tools for code generation. Okay. Like if you ask me to tell you very openly, my group not only uses these tools, my group also generates the code what I generated like that. And they have made a huge repository. It's not open yet because they are publishing it. Once it publishes, it gets open. We just put it openly. And in the link of the papers, it will be there. So they generated a huge code. Okay, one MCA guy, he extracts codes from Git. He'll give the similar prompt to the LLM, again extracts the code, put all in the repository, assesses how this code is generated, what is the quality of it, and gives a recommendation. This is an MCA project. Another guy, what he does the same thing, but he'll identify tomorrow if I want to modify whether this code can be modified. So he'll identify something called maintainability index. Then he is coming to a conclusion. I have to see his results very truly. You have to sit with him. He says that the code which is generated through LLMs is very hard to maintain. That is what his conclusion is. But I am not trusting on his hard statement. I said, okay, once you are done, the entire repository is there. We will have maybe 1 full day or 2 days testing cases for that. And I said, to make your claim, please generate your test cases so that when I come, you can demonstrate it to me. So I have to do that. But that is their session. That is their statement. Code generated through LLM is hard to maintain, is what they are saying. But again, I said that don't make that word. You just see what was your data set from which period to which period, because every day it changes. So they are coming up with that time frame also. That is what it happens. So Google AI Studio, best for experimenting. I'll start with this. You can start with Replit. Cloud with strong AI coding support, great for rapid prototyping. Just give it, it works. Okay. This is an editor. Cursor is an editor. AI first edit code editor designed for iterative broad-driven workflows. Here, when you talk about Google AI Studio, best for experimenting with AI models and integrating them into apps. If you want to integrate AI model into your app, best thing is Google AI Studio. You can develop chatbots. You can use natural language processing. You can integrate anything. Like for example, in my software engineering course, I say that I don't want to accept your pure ML or AI project. I don't want a data-driven project because you will not understand systems development. I require process-driven. But since the demand is there, I'll tell them, okay, you can add one module, which is AI-enabled or machine learning, whatever may be. So in that case, we can use Google AI Studio because we are doing the AI integration into the system. Firebase Studio, please understand, Firebase Studio is very good for backend services. You can remember that. Firebase is for backend services. Authentication and real-time. For real-time databases, you can use generation of that and maintaining it. Replit is, of course, this is Windsurf. Windsurf, if you want to develop a project, for example, we are doing a big project, and there are some teams here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams are there. Okay. If you want all to collaborate on an AI environment, we use it's a collaborative AI coding platform useful for team-based projects. So I want you to try at least one thing with these particular tools. We'll take you there. Just a second. Before I go further, this is a very good slide. Okay. And I'll give a link of this. This is also taken from the web source itself. I'll give that particular link. Please understand that these were the basic tools. Okay. As a responsible AI developer, I want you all to start here and reach this stage. Okay. You can see what is your starting point, what is the skill level, what is the coding approach, features, I'm not talking about it. If you see here, Google AI Studio, an idea you want to see fast, it's for beginners, no coding experience needed, directly it generates the code. Okay, no code, low code, single program app, prompt app, generation with zero friction deployment. I did that, I'll show you once. Okay, I said generate a student feedback form which will assess my teaching learning process. It has generated it. In the morning session, I did that. Just I typed this. I published also. I got a mail also. I can give you that link to give my feedback immediately. App is ready. That is what Google. But I did not do with Google AI Studio. I did it with Replay. Okay. Gemini Code Assist. Where what you can do? Because sometimes you get a question. What about existing projects which are already there? Do you want me to just ignore them and redo it? No, not required. I can use a Gemini Code Assist. We can use existing project or file. Okay, but here you require certain coding experience because you are using the existing code. Okay. This is editor based. Gemini CLI, terminal based development. This is terminal based development. Okay. Intermediate to advanced, similar to that. Open source agent for terminal. First wipe work. This is open source agent. Okay, we can use for that. Likewise, we have a Google anti-gravity. You have to reach to this. You have to reach to a advanced or expert where you have a code first. You have to get an agentic development. So we can have various frameworks. Python, Java framework for building and evaluating product ready multi-agent systems can be there here. So everything is a tool here. We can explore everything. Everything is a tool. You can start with the Google AI Studio. You can explore everything. Okay. That you need to do it today because it is required. Whether it is, forget about whether it is there in the syllabus or not, please forget about it. We need to do these sort of things, right? How do I select this tool? I already talked about it. If you are a beginner, generally I don't see you as a beginner, but still, if you are a beginner, you can use Replit or Cursor for easy boarding. So when you go to lab, please log into your Gmail account, open Replit, and open Replit with your Google Gmail account. Simple. Write a prompt. Develop an application for this. Whatever comes to your mind, write it. You will see that code gets generated on the left-hand side in the workspace area. And finally, you're able to see the live environment here. You can just say publish. It gets published. You can copy that code, modify it, and so forth. So you can just start with that. I did this feedback form. Okay. I did not publish until morning because I have very less credits in that. Okay, because it's free, but still, I'll just run that. Before that, I'll just go to one more prompt for you. Please see this. I have my CV here. I'll upload my CV. Okay. Interestingly, you'll enjoy this. Plus, add image or file. I have my CV. Develop it. I have given my CV. I wanted to develop a website for me. I'm not using any of the Replit and all here, right? It is generating. No? It is generating my HTML static pages now. Okay. But when you go for replit, it will also do the dynamic key. It will create the database. It will connect to the database. Okay, all those things it will do. So here, if you see, it has generated thing. Would you like me to take this website bilingual, English plus Hindi, Urdu to align with your teaching philosophy? Or keep it primarily in English for international audiences? So it has used the, my goodness. It has given me both. I didn't do anything. I can do a bilingual website today very easily. I did not require a Hindi expert for me. Government says, I know my websites and all should be in national language and the English language today. So I need not worry about any expert for translation. My LLM does that. Okay, let me take it further. Let me copy this code. This code I am copying it. Okay. I copy it. I'll save it here somewhere. I'll write website is ready. It says, do you want a English, Hindi or Urdu one? What do you want to select it? Let me try. It gave only few things, but I don't know. Oh, great here. I generated few more things here. For example, I generated this. Okay, it has given all about me. I didn't write about me there. I didn't write about me there. It has extracted from my CV. Okay. Of course, I didn't write with over 25 years of teaching experience. Somewhere I wrote that 25 years of experience maybe. I currently serve as professor at University of Hyderabad. Oh, great. That's good, yeah. It has given very good thing that, it has extracted very well from those particular CV, but I didn't write the statements and it is correct. Then professional experience, research, interest, everything it got it. You all know HTML, right? You can take the same source code and add, modified anything, you can do it. And if you're a vibe coder, you can still give that HTML and tell it to modify, add these things also. But don't be vibe coder, be a responsible AI developer. Now, one word of caution before I move. This time I do some different thing. I will go to this prompt. This time I'll say, develop a website for, I'll write my name. This time I'm not giving my CV. Are you getting my point? Last time I gave my CV, it is extracted from that CV and made me a web page. I said, develop a website for Salman Abdul Moiz, who works for University of Hyderabad. Let us see what it does. Yeah, it has got it. Why? Because it has added this word. I didn't give doctor, so it has extracted properly. And it says this will serve as a digital portfolio, showcasing your teaching research. No, it says showcasing your teaching research experience. Why it says research? Because I logged into my account. It has mapped it very well, probably through my profile. I think you know that particular advertisement where it says that Google is hiring, but we know everything about you. Same thing happens here. So I'll come down here. It says home page and all. This all it has extracted from the web links. Okay. Let me copy it and run and check it. So copy. I'll go to Notepad, open another one. Okay. No. This it has created by its own. Yeah, I am very much surprised to see it has given AI and cyber security. I do not know how it got it, but I am trying to connect now. Because nowhere I wrote that my research area is cyber security. Any idea why it wrote cyber security?
Your research papers.
Oh, they are not into security. I think my many talks are there in security. Maybe I have some 500 talks maybe there for me. So in that, I think many are, it has already taken me as a, and AI, it happened, I do not know. I was not a very good AI researcher. But since I said last 1 year, we are debating on, okay, I'm into the diversity groups. Okay, so many with AI. Okay, we talk about a lot of, problems with AI on internet connectivity. Okay, I think I have given an international talk on that. We had a debate that people from various countries joined and so forth. So I think it has extracted very well. Oh, happy to, it's gave educational innovator. I don't know. Happy to see that particular word. I do not know. This will help me in putting my profile. So it gave me about me. See, this time I did not give my CV. Let me check it. Professor at SCIS University of Hyderabad. Okay, but it has missed in middle. It didn't talk about what I did after this 2011. So I am professor. I think before that I was associate professor. So it didn't get that particular information because my LinkedIn doesn't say that. This it got from my research gate paper, I think. Oh my goodness, this is very interesting here. It says head CSE department. I didn't know from where it got it. I was head, but nowhere it is written. I do not know from where it got it. Maybe there? Yes, it is there, maybe. It gave selected, and I was very much surprised even in morning when I was talking about, this paper got uploaded only yesterday night. Okay, these people were reading my profile. So these days, when people ask me, can you give a profile to read? I do not give it. I didn't give them also. And you still need my profile to read it? Go and ask any chat, GPT, LLM will give me right profile. Okay, because all are connected to my some data source or other. It will give it to you. Fine. I'll take this particular link where I created a form. Go to replit.com. Very simple one. Write your prompt, what you want to generate it. So by the time it opens, I'll take you to the next slide. So you have a solo, so how do you select a tool? If you are a solo developer or beginners, you can directly go for a Replit or Cursor. Start with Replit. Go to Replit, write your prompt, what you want to do it. Okay. To make your things very simple, in my next slide, I have created some prompt. We can try that itself directly. Just copy that code in your laptop and all, just to understand it and start doing it very fast. So I have created I have asked my Replit to create a feedback form for student feedback, which assesses teaching and learning process. It has created its own feedback form for me. If you want to modify, I can modify it. Okay, and morning, in the first batch, I said publish. There was only one button. It got published and I got an email. I'll show you that email. I can share you that link. You can give me feedback straight away. Okay, that is possible. Fine. We have enterprise apps where we require Firebase Studio, very well for backend. Okay, and Google AI Studio for scalable backend with AI. Okay, so we require both the things for enterprise apps. For AI heavy apps, you can use Google AI Studio. Scalable backend, you can use backend. We are already using Firebase Studio. Combination of both will give me a Enterprise application. Whenever you want to develop an enterprise application, only these two things are needed for us. Fine. Collaborative teams, we already talked about it. You can use for a windsurf for a collaborative teams. If you are having a project spread across various teams and you want to collaborate, you can use a windsurf. That is what is required. Let's see benefits, and we'll go for a very interesting topic where we talk about drawbacks of it. And there again, I'll get you back. I know that I have again taken you to a saturation point. Between me, you and lunch, I am there standing. Okay. But please understand this point. Benefits is fast prototyping, Euro variable. We have seen some of the examples. Okay. No syntax barrier. I have not written any syntax. Please bothered about it. Creative freedom, because if I have a creativity, I can write prompts and get it very fast. AI handles boiler point with things which are repeated. They'll handle it very easily. If we are there, we have to write again and again. Okay. Low barrier to entry for non-programmers. Generally, people were confused. Now, it's fine. Focus on creativity and problem solving instead of syntax. But for responsible AI development, we need to understand it, we need to test it, we need to refine it. That's what I want to add it for people like us. There are challenges. There are challenges. Please understand these challenges, because sometimes, like I ask my students a question, whether we still stand today. These are the answers to that. Okay. They didn't give me the answer in the class. I said, I don't mind you ask ChatGPT and come in the next class, but tell me why you are still need it. Debugging can be tricky if you only trust the pure white coding, because you don't know anything about the coding. Harder to debug deeply without programming knowledge, yes or no? Programming knowledge is still required to debug them at least, if not writing the entire code. AI may misinterpret the intent. I'll talk about it in detail. I ask something, AI may interpret in something else. That is a big challenge. We are going to get it. Security and efficiency risk, we have talked about a little bit about it. Security and efficiency is very big challenge with respect to the AI developed code. Requires prompt literacy. We discussed about it. Lot is required. Okay, even now for people like us who want to teach this concept, the AI concept for non-computer science people, we need to train them in the prompt literacy. Give them some assignment. Like I said, no, went on asking different questions. That should happen. Dependency on AI tools raises, oh my goodness, a lot of ethical concerns are there. I'll put an example which I didn't put in the first session. We talk about, the driverless cars. Big question, which is every time asked. If it meets with an accident, who is responsible? Owner of the car, developer of the car, government which has made those roads, okay, traffic signal, traffic police wala, the machine itself, who is responsible here? We can debate on it. But no AI system will exist if there is no accountability. There should be a accountable. Somebody is responsible should be for that. Okay. There are various concerns. I think my next 2-3 slides will be interesting to you, and we'll get you back in my session also. Okay. Why I'm telling you this always, because I also work on learning technologies. So I know that you can concentrate onto my session not more than 25 minutes. Okay. I have to do some play so that you're back. Okay. With ethical concerns, I'm taking you to ethical concern only, but not with coding. I asked my LLM in July this question. In July, I had a debate with industry people in Wipro. So before going to that, I was preparing something. And almost after midnight, I asked this question to and I displayed that there also in Wipro, these 3 slides. I asked LLM that what type of person is Salman Abdul Moiz who works for University of Hyderabad. You ask the same question today, we are going to get a different response. We'll type it if you want. Because it has got more and more knowledge by this moment of time, more and more data. You will not get the same information, you still get a refined information. That's what I debated with the industry folks, that whatever agentic AI development you have done it can be trusted only for today, not for tomorrow. We had a debate on that, finally they agreed with me. Okay, we had a full day debate. At the conclusion, they agreed that. And I gave them that when you do a testing, testing is not limited to one time. Maybe after every regular intervals, you need to do the testing because the data is enormously changing. Things are changing, prompts are changing. You don't know what is going to happen. Fine. This was very good. Fine. Interesting slide is coming up next. This I don't want you to read it, but next slide I want you to read it. Now, interestingly, when I was typing this question, okay, my better half was sitting with me. He's also from computer science. He said, why are you writing this statement? I said, what will happen? Here your AI model gets trained with your name and criminal record. I said, let it be. I want to write once and show it to the people what it is going to give it for academic purpose. I said, don't write it. I said, okay, let me write once. I'll not write again. Because what she says is, when you're asking this question, you're associating your name with the criminal record. I said, no, because tomorrow I want to debate with this industry folks. Let me write it. Read the response. I want you to read the response. Many places I displayed this slide. At many places I displayed this slide after that. Any problem with this?
No.
No? It is. Here it is problem. You may say it is not referring to the, but if it is not referring to me, why it wrote this? That's what the investigation agencies do that. That is hallucination. And if the hallucination comes into the code, what you are generating, it's a challenge. We don't know, right? We are trusting whatever intent we are giving, we are trusting it. Okay. So that was a hallucination. That's a big challenge for us. Okay. Again, this slide also I do every time. Last slide on this, in this part. Then I'll go to the prompts. Yeah, people from Hyderabad, pardon me. I belong to Hyderabad for this question. You have to read this response also. This you can type it also. Don't type my name with a criminal record. But I want you to type this. You can type this. You're open to type this question to the LLM. So why I'm giving this is nothing but I'm trusting the code which is generated without looking into the hallucination of the code. Okay. Without discussing bias in the code. These are all challenges we have it. As a responsible AI developer, I need to check that. Okay. Because this is my first talk which I am giving for white coders. I was a white coder, but I didn't give a talk. Okay. When I was not coming, my dean forced me, hey, you have to take this session. So I said, okay, we'll do it. What is the problem with this? Again, there is a hallucination. Gone. I'll show you the effect in the next slide. I'll show you the effect of this in the next slide. You will not believe me, but there is an effect of this today. Maybe, I think you might have not gone through it. I have gone through it. 2024, I applied for my US visa for attending a conference. The questions which were asked by US embassy was shocking to me, though I'm a professional. They said, what are your social media accounts? Give all links. I'm glad I do not use many. I said, I use LinkedIn. I have a Facebook, but I don't use it. MS said, write that Facebook account. He said, if you have any other social media accounts which you were using earlier, but not using, write that also. Good, I don't use any Insta and all. Okay, though people force me here, you have to be on X. Come, I said, I don't want to be X. I am S, not X. Okay. So what happens here is nothing but the effects comes here. If you see the first news, visa interviews for international students set to open subject to the review of social media accounts here. This is June 19, 2025, Times of India News, which I have read it and taken that snapshot on that particular day. So big problem with us. They are reviewing it. And I had a meeting with HR managers in a conference, and they said that very soon we are not going to do any reviews of a candidate. Before selecting, we will be doing this. They are also going to do this. No CV, nothing is required. And they want to assess the social media. Yeah, it's a big problem. We debate in our internet society where I'm vice president. Oh no, where is the openness now? For example, we both fight on an Insta. You cannot tell me that I am wrong or you are wrong. Lot of challenges with AI. Okay, I have a separate talk on that. But you need to keep track of these things through code generation. So there is a paradigm shift in general from code-centric to the prompt-driven developments. Developers move from how to code to what to build. Okay, but be a responsible person. Democratizes software creation, enabling entrepreneurs, designers, and educators to build apps without formal training. You can understand that. Old way, code-centric, syntax first. New way, prompt-driven, intent first. Very interesting comparison. New way is not code-centric, but it is a prompt-driven. It was syntax first, now it is a intent first. But your intent should be very clear. That's the reason, we have a concept called ideation. You might have understood in entrepreneurship and innovation, they say stage called ideation. Even in the design thinking also, there is an important stage called ideation. Of course, our computer science people do not do much. They say idea comes first, but we get empathy first. Okay, unless and until we do empathy, you cannot ideate it. And unless and until you do not ideate it, you cannot prompt it. That is what is required. Unless and until you know what is the exact need, you cannot frame your idea. And if your idea is not framed properly, your prompt is wrong, you're not going to develop the actual system. Impact empowers creators, not just coders. Earlier, only coders were programmer. I am a programmer, gone. Okay, how fast you can code, how you are innovative. So I have met some of the very young entrepreneurs. I asked them, how did you excel? They said, we asked $3,000 from my father. He gave me, and from there we started. By taking some credits of the Google, these AI accounts and all. And with that, they invested, they got more and more credits, developing very fast. But I said, I asked some questions, they are able to answer that. They said, if you have this problem, what you do? They say, we use another AI tool. I said, if this problem is there, no, we have another credits, we'll test it there. What happens if your architecture fails? We have another AI tool, they said. So they have some questions, but of course, there were some answers which they didn't have it. So there is a paradigm shift, and that's how it is. So how do you make a prompt? These are the very good steps. You should have a goal. Write your goal, what the app should do. Next, are there any rules you want to write it for the app? For example, I am developing an application for a library information system. Okay, I want to create a library information system for issuing and returning of the books. I would say the student can take only 2 books, faculty can take 4 books, the student has to return the books in 15 days, faculty can return in 1 month. I can specify my constraints. If anything else is required, I can write it. Okay, then how my output should like? What should be the format of it? Do you want to a web page? Do you want to store it in a file? Is it JSON? Is it HTML? What do you want? You can write it. Then generate it and iterate it. This is how you have to do it. Goal, constraint, output format. Okay, that is what it is. Okay, GCO, we say that, and iterate. Okay, GCO is required when you want to do a good prompt engineering. I want to take this photo. Very interesting 3 prompts are given here. And if you can develop this once, you can go on reusing for many applications here. Maybe when you sit in lab, you can try it. Build a to-do list app with Firebase as backend. User authenticated and clean UI in React. Generate a Python script that scrapes weather data from an API and visualize in a chart. Very interestingly. Create a chatbot that answers FAQs about my product using Google AI Studio. You have to give your product details or you have to upload a document. Okay, what you do is nothing but you take some FAQ document. You take some FAQ document which is there on internet. Upload it. Tell it to create a chatbot. You will be very much surprised. It will be able to answer all questions which are there in the chatbot. So not at all difficult today. Do this. Like yesterday it happened in the internship reviews. The panel blasted the students. You require 3 months for this. The panel was saying, you can do it in 1 hour. Why you people are still in that particular age? These sort of questions are coming up. So try some of these prompting things. Please remember GCOI. Make your goal, give your constraint, give the output format, iterate it till you are satisfied with your end goal. That is how the prompt engineering has to be done. And prompt engineering has become very important. You have to see the effects of it. Like I just said, in my group, people work on various types of prompts. They want to see it, how it is going to perform. I think one of my students made a statement, which we need to still validate it. He says, the code which is generated from these LLMs are hard to maintain. He made a statement. We need to really test it. I said, okay. I asked certain questions that you cannot make a blanket statement called hard to maintain. You tell me what was your range of the code which you generated, from which period to which period, how many iterations you did it. Based on that, if you are saying it is hard to maintain, we agree, yet we need to do the test cases and demonstrate to me before we reach to a conclusion. But they made this statement. So I'm literally believing them. Let's see what will happen. They said the codes, most of the code, they did not say all codes. Most of the code which is generated through these LLMs are hard to maintain based on their experimentation. So they are computing some metrics on maintainability index and so forth. That is what is happening. So do try this. I'm done and I'll open the discussion for any questions. Thank you for your patience. Okay. I'll take you to one particular thing. You can just take this link. On Google Cloud, we have these particular topics. All topics are a part of your course only. What is vibe coding? Okay, what I talked about is pure vibe coder, responsible AI, understanding how process is there, differences are there. Okay, you go down here. Okay, by the time we'll open for this, I have created that feedback form is available. Here it says, what will you build? What do you want to build? Describe your idea. Agent will bring to life. What do you want to do it? Tell me. Develop an application. That allows teachers to evaluate student grades. Continue with Google. Start it. Takes some time. It has given that backend Express API with Postgres, It has taken students' classes and grades as the database. Front end is React plus white with a polished, and it started writing it. It goes on, goes on. Just to see this, it goes very fast. The technology stack is also decided by it. That means to say that if you want to deploy this onto your machine, you should have that Postgres React framework available so that you can give the storage here, or you can push it to the cloud if you have your space there. The front end artifact is created. Now let me write the open API space and set up the database in parallel. My goodness. How much time is taking, you can see it. Code generation is done and the database is ready. Now I launch the front end generation in the background. It is launching there. And build the back end simultaneously. Are we really needed? There it is generating. Here the log is going on. Very fast. This is only replit. I'm not using even Google AI Studio at this moment of time. Now pushing the database scheming and write the API rules actually. Database schema pushed. Now let me write all the API rules. My goodness. Unless and until you do this, you cannot get to know that particular thing. Press publish to put your project live, it says. Still it is doing it. Because last batch I started a bit late. There I couldn't execute, now I am able to do that. You read this, you go on reading this. Now let me build the backend and start workflow while waiting for the front end. Good, it didn't ask me for payment because I have developed many apps till now. I think I'm completing my credits, free credits. But I don't want to purchase also because I don't want to do that pure wipe coding. Okay. But if I have some templates, I can reuse them, right? I can develop other apps. You can still do that. So build is bundling everything. Now packaging is going on. So Zod needs to be installed in the API server package directly. Let me add it. One more thing is nothing but even if you do not know how to deploy, it is at least giving the steps here. Copy it and do it one after the other. That also helps. Backend build successfully. Now let me start both workflows and wait for the front end to complete. Parallel things are going on. If you see here, make, test. Oh, coming up. Front end is coming up there. No? No classes yet. Okay, wait. Okay, it has come there. Okay. So it says to add a class. It has created a dashboard for me. It says the app is running beautifully. Let me know, update then present the app to you. It's almost done now. I'm able to create the class directly here. Okay. So I have another one which I created in the morning, is nothing but a feedback form which is there here. Your app is starting. Here I got that particular feedback. It gave some name of the college. Okay. General information, course name, instructor name. I did not give it. I just said generate a feedback form. Student name, it says leave blank to remain anonymous. Even that it has given it. Teaching quality, course content, classroom engagement, overall experience, detailed feedback, course strength, areas for improvement, additional comments, submit evaluation. I can give you this link right straight away to give the feedback. Of course, I can modify this. What it has given is some blueprint of it. If you want to modify it, you can modify this particular thing by changing your questions and so forth. That is what it's all about. So friends, that is what a vibe coding is all about. Hope you got some gist into that. And that's where AI stands with respect to the coders. You still, I'm not saying that don't do coding, but also use AI. Okay. Be a responsible AI developer.
Why people are still depending on C language or Python or any other
Sir, Python,
code from
because because the thing is, Python development goes on continuously.
no, why they don't develop new languages?
New languages are there, but if you see the base language, if you see Python, Python is written in C language.
Yeah, it's true.
So if you want to do that particular continuous development, it goes on. Now, where you want to stand is more important. Do you want to be a low-level developer? We require for that only. That's the reason in some of the talks I asked, where do you want to stand with AI? Maybe I'll not do this talk if I'm talking to non-computer science or a general public. I will never go into these details. I'll stop at the LLM only. Generate this code, run and enjoy. I'll not talk about pair programming, I'll not talk about testing, I'll not talk about repetition, nothing. Write it, oh, happily you got this here, use it, enjoy. Okay, so whether you want to be an AI developer or you want to use an AI user, decide it. We are not AI user, we will be AI developers. But please remove from our minds that, we should not use AI. LLM is spoiling us. No, you need to, of course, control it. Get that thing is whatever you are getting from LLM cannot be trusted. Put this in the mind of the students. You have to test it, you have to modify it, you have to iterate it. Okay. Like, we asked a question. We said that one faculty went to the examination lab and he said that he gave a 2-page question, 3-page question paper. Then students were surprised, what is this? He said, these are the answers to the questions, generate questions out of it.
Wow.
3-page document to every student, 6 sides. He said, these are the answers, generate questions. Great, yeah. And he said that people perform very badly in that. This is just to get the twist of the other side. The next time he went and he said that, okay, I have come with a soft copy. Take it, ask any LLM and get me proper questions. Great.
Prompt.
And if you give my entire thing to the prompt and get the proper questions. And there he showed that the questions generated by prompts were not always correct. That is what he generated. Great. We have to do such exercises. That is simple. My bottom line is nothing but with the change in the technologies, our pedagogy has to change. That's the only takeaway we have it. Like in my course, what I did is I generate a code. When I get that particular method, I said, okay, write a prompt. Write the body of that code. But run it, test it. See whether it was meeting your what design you made it. If it is not meeting, then it is not. You have to modify it. That's what we said it all about. So thanks for your patience. No, because I was between you and the lunch. If you have any questions, you can still ask me. When you go to this Google AI Studio, you have so many things already available here. So I'll not tell you, probably you can start with Google AI Studio. Okay, if you are also looking for a backend, then you have to use both of them. Start doing it. But you have to start doing it. Don't just keep it idle. Start using, you'll enjoy a lot. Specifically, what you do is to initially to start, because we are all from computer science, you might be good at certain skills where you are good at some programming languages. Try to generate in that particular programming language so that you can test it, build it, and so forth. You can do it. Just like Python code was generated, copy it and put it in a Python environment, run it, check it. If you are very much fine, go to the next step. Okay. Like, one of the EC faculty was telling me, sir, I have written all the steps properly, how to solve it, and gave one to LLMs. In fact, I got my circuit diagram and I deployed it and it was working fine. So if you can write that steps properly to solve your problem, give it one after the other, test every step and see that it is giving the proper output or not. If not, modify it. And start with the programming environment, what you know initially, so that things will be very good. But start using it. It's high time to use white coding and such concepts. Thanks for your patience. I think I'll be seeing you again maybe on last day.
you know about it. Don't go for the regular standard definitions of artificial intelligence. We all know that it is apart from the human intelligence, we are trying to create something. What are the algorithms? What are the forces that you generally have in your life? Do you have introduction to artificial intelligence? Machine learning courses. Okay. So, whatever, in introduction to artificial intelligence, agents and all. What about ML?
Classification of the
Classification and all, supervised, unsupervised and all. And then?
evaluation of models.
Evaluation of models. Yes. So you all know AI. I will not teach anything about AI. I'll only teach you about application of AI in real-time models. So the context is networking. You can say, I'll come for another session where the context will be security. Right, but it's only application of AI. I'll not bore you with AI algorithms, AI equations and all, but I'll give you a pointer towards where each algorithm can be applied in real-time applications. Majorly, if you go back, we can motivate the student. That's how we do at our school. I'm from School of Computer and Information Sciences, same university. So that's how we motivate the school. We motivate the students. Generally, what happens? When they take these real world examples, that gives them, the enthusiasm to go deeper into that particular algorithms. Otherwise, you start with A-star algorithm, they'll lose the interest. So do we. So this will be the agenda for my today's session, where we'll start with need of AI. We'll look for a few case studies: traffic prediction, intrusion detection, optimization, routing. All these are networking problems, isn't it? Right. So if you look at 1-2 algorithms, 1-2 case studies, the remaining will be, you will see a pattern, you will see a repetition of what I am telling you. If you start with network, we are discussing about computer network in this scenario. It's interconnected devices that communicate and share resources using protocols. We all know that. So what do we have here? The purpose of this network is to exchange data, basically for communication, for sharing resources and all these things. Then what are the types? People who teach computer networks course, we do teach all these networks. Local area network, wide area network, cloud networks and all this. Multi-cloud networks are also there now. What are the components there? Hardware, software and transmission media. Where hardware will have the routers, switches, hubs and all. Software will have your protocols, firewalls. Media will have the cables and wires for exchange of data. Right, and this is about networking. So devices are connected through some transmission media, through cable mechanism, wireless mechanism, signals. You have different mechanisms to connect devices and all. Right, and multiple devices are connected. One good example of network. Internet. One good example of network is internet, right? All the devices are connected. Yes, there are protocols there are connection mechanisms. There is some transmission media, some are through cables, some are through wireless and all the things. I can connect my laptop to internet through a cabled wire, through Wi-Fi. I have different mechanisms and all. Right, and networks is not an upcoming area that we need to discuss now. Networks has been there since a long time. That's why we are, bearing the fruits of the network because of the various connectivity mechanisms that we have. Good, fine. Then what are the challenges in networks? Let us look at the challenges in networking. One is security threats. There is a lot of increase in cyber attacks, malware, phishing, anything that you take connected to computer systems, there is an attack. Yesterday we had an awareness program in the same university where the DCP of Serlingampalli was here. He was saying you don't need guns, weapons, knives, to do an attack nowadays. What all you need is a mobile phone with an internet connectivity. It becomes a weapon for person, a malicious person, because we all do have device with an internet connectivity, right? So many security, and imagine the scale of security threats that a network such as internet have. The reach of internet, it's there across everywhere in the world. You know, you go to even a remote village, they may not have buses, but they have mobile phones with internet connectivity. They may not have proper roads, but they have a mobile phone with internet connect. That is the reach of internet. And if that is the reach of internet, you can also visualize or imagine how many threats there can be with respect to that. Scalability is another issue. Number of IoT devices keep increasing. Earlier, our household have all set together one TV, right? Right, or probably, in a lane of houses, if someone is well off, they have one TV, or in that lane, probably 2-3 TVs, all the other kids accumulate there. Now, each house has how many TVs? Whoever is having a mobile phone is having a TV. And each of us has 2 phones, one for personal, one for official purpose. So you can imagine the number of devices that, so obviously you all agree with the fact that the population of the mobile digital devices is more than the human population, isn't it? So scalability, and all these are connected to the network. Then performance issues. You order something on Amazon, you order something on Flipkart, how much time do you wait? You do a online transaction through NEFT, mobile banking, whatever it is, how much time can you wait? Will you wait for 5 minutes for your transaction to get confirmed? No, I don't think we have that much patience, right? The minute, how much? So 2 minutes? No, 1 minute. We just wait for a couple of seconds. After that, change the tab, go to another app. Right. So performance issues are there across any system that is having connectivity, especially latency and all. Packet loss and all come because of, you lose packets, there is reliability issues and all these things. Then there is cloud and hybrid complexity. Yes, cloud networks are there, but now we are moving to multi-cloud environment. Multi-cloud environment, what is it? You have multiple clouds having data, and then you need to have interoperability across the clouds, compatibility across the clouds, right? I should be able to access data across the clouds. So that complexity is also there. Skill gaps, because networking has been evolving a lot. There are a lot of networking technologies, that is 5G, 6G is in place now. SDN and all these things, and there are shortage of experts also because of the scale of the connectivity devices and all. Manual intervention and manual control becomes such a difficult task. What do we do? Modern networks are becoming complex. Modern networks are dynamic. It is difficult to manage them manually and also time consuming. So, and also there is a lot of devices, with devices, obviously data traffic is also there. So there is a need for intelligent automated network management. So one thing is automate your network management. Automating of network management is already there, but you need an intelligent automated network. The minute you say intelligent, AI comes into picture. See, what is the difference between automated network management and intelligent automated network management, right? You just write a set of rules. I try to log into a system. It's a failed attempt. 1 attempt failed, 2 attempt failed, 3rd attempt is also failed. What will this generally happens when you do it on your mobile banking apps? It will block you for the day or all, depending on their policy. That is an automated management. There is a rule defined. And then there is intelligent automated network management, which has to identify if the attempt is by an actual user or a malicious user. What is it? How does it do? Various parameters. Generally my office is here, this is the IP address that I connect to. I try to connect through some other mail. See, now even SBI and other banks are also trying to do that. You are from one place, say you are from Hyderabad, And generally all your transactions happen from an IP address which is there in the zone of Hyderabad. That is very much within the purview of network management. It can locate your IP address, it can find out from which port you are doing and all these things. And suddenly there is a transaction from your mobile banking app somewhere in Chandigarh, somewhere in Delhi. If try to do such a transaction there, even it might be true that you have gone to Delhi and you are doing a transaction. You are getting a call from the bank whether it is an authorized transaction or not, right? What is it that you do? How did it know that you are there in Delhi or Chandigarh?
Location access.
Who has given location access? Your IP address. Basically, your IP address will reveal all those details. The minute you connect to internet, you are no longer private. That is one. So the intelligence comes there. And this is the network I am talking about, Hyderabad connectivity. Right? And you go to your Google Maps, type any place in Hyderabad, it will give you the estimated time. How? There are so many routes from one place to another place. You can imagine. See, this may be an Hyderabad map, but we all are computer science faculty, right? Let us imagine this as a graph. Let us imagine this as a graph, and then you understand the complexity of the how many nodes it has, how many edges it has, right? And then suppose say I want to go from place A to place B. How many possible paths? Which is the shortest path? Shortest path need not be always optimal path. I hope you know the difference between the shortest path and the optimal path, right? Generally, I go by the shortest path, but there is a congestion in the shortest path. Google will always ask you to go for it, choose for a different path. That is all you are making. So what is AI in networking? AI in networking refers to using the very popular ML algorithms, machine learning, deep learning, predictive analytics, data analytics and all. This theory we know, what is a machine learning algorithm, what is a deep learning algorithm and all. But what does it do? It will automate network monitoring, traffic management, security detection, performance optimization. Today's session will be focusing on two major case studies. One is traffic prediction. The other is intrusion detection. One is in security, one is in the regular networking problem. Okay, so I'll skip this slide. Why do we need a network? Complexity is there, performance issues are there. You need to reduce human errors and all the things. What is the major difference between traditional and AI-based network management? Some of the decisions will be taken through a manual configuration in traditional systems, whereas the decisions are automated in AI-based networking. Then traditional networking is more a reactive approach, whereas the other is a predictive. It predicts traffic, it predicts possible attacks, it predicts possible server crash, it predicts possible peak hours of video streaming or traffic. You know, there is a Prabhas movie released or a Pawan Kalyan movie released in the OTT. Obviously, you can find that the server crashes there in OTT. So everyone that evening will be watching only that movie on the OTT. You don't watch. So what do we do? What does the servers has to do? Obviously traffic on the, that is a prediction. That is a prediction because the announcement of release of a particular movie in the OTT comes much in advance. It's not like a regular day. There is a, T20 match happening in the Gachibowli stadium. The prediction is there will be congestion in the traffic line of that Gachibowli road, right? So, whereas traditional thing is a reactive approach. After congestion comes, what does it do? Whereas in the predictive approach, it will arrange for a standby. If it is, Google network traffic that I am referring to, it will have standby additional servers to address the traffic. So many people watch that movie that evening. That single server that generally addresses the needs of the OTT users will not be sufficient. So they will have a standby server which will be addressing the needs of the users for that day. It can be seasonal, see holidays, weekends, there will be seasons for that. Scalability and all these things are the regular ones. So how does AI works in networking? AI works in networking through a 6-step approach. The first thing is that for any AI you need data. And that data they collect it from us only. that data they collected from Google Maps, collect data from us, right? Video streaming, they collect data from us. Intrusion detection, they collect the data from the respective users. So they collect data from us only. Eventually, we are the people, we in the sense the users are the one who will be providing data to them. Fine, data collection, data analysis, you call it as the data pre-processing. What do you do in data pre-processing? You clean the data, remove the duplicates, normalize the data and all the things. Why do we need to that? ML algorithms need a structured data for better performance. For that reason, this is a regular thing. This has nothing to do with AI. Then comes the interesting part. What do you do after your data is in a structured format? See, I'm talking about traffic prediction. Every day, every vehicle acts as a probe device. What is a probe device? You tell the location, you tell at what place you are there, how much time you have stopped there, why did you stop there, is the road with congestion, or there are pits and the road quality is not good. All this information is received by the server from your device or from many of our devices, to keep it that way, right? And then, okay, the data is processed, the data is cleaned, normalization of the data because you have various parameters and all that we will do. And then comes the actual AI part. The models will learn from the data. This is what you call training. The models will learn from the data. So if I am talking about traffic prediction, generally peak hours will be there. Morning office hours will be peak hours. How do the model know that? Based on the data that is available. At this point of time, the vehicles are moving very slow. At this point of time, the congestion is there. At this intersection, there is lot of traffic at multiple hours. Different. See, this data is collected not only at a given point of time. At multiple time series data is what you call. At 8 o'clock, at 8:30, at 9, 9:30, 10, 10:30, and they take the data. After training the data, then the prediction and decision making happens with predictive analytics and deep learning models. So I have already have the data. Based on the data, I make some assumptions. In the sense the ML algorithms make some assumptions. Then I get real-time data. Real-time data, I use predictive analytics and DL algorithms to make decision making. Finally, some automated action. Automated action is that from source to destination, this is your travel time. Or if you look into Google Maps, certain places are blue, certain places are red, certain places are yellow, which indicates the traffic intensity at those places. Right. So these are the major steps that are there. But before going to that, I know most of you know many of these algorithms here, ML and DL algorithms. Right. So if you look at machine learning, you have supervised and unsupervised thing. Supervised is basically to address what problem? Classification problem. Unsupervised, cluster, and dimensionality reduction is another wing for that. There are multiple algorithms. I will not go into the details of the algorithm. And apart from supervised and unsupervised learning, there is also something known as reinforcement learning. We'll discuss about this reinforcement learning a little later. Then you have deep learning. Deep learning also, you have different types of networks, CNN, RNN, GNN. You have different types of neural networks, convolutional, recurrent neural networks, graph neural networks, and all these things. Right. If you give a problem, which algorithm should I use? Depends on the type of the problem, depends on the type of the data set that you have, depends on the features that you have in that particular data set and all. You may ask me, suppose say clustering have these algorithms, does k-means work better, dbscan work better, or hierarchical clustering works better? There is no standard answer for that. It all depends on your data set. So if you look at what is the major difference between ML and DL, machine learning and deep learning? Experts in that say DL is a subset of ML and these two are subsets of AI. That is how we are looking into it. Right. Basically, if you want to algorithms from data to make predictions, you go for ML, But if you have ML algorithms, to have a rule of thumb, ML algorithms are more suitable when you want to make a decision for smaller data sets. But if the accuracy is again a question there. Accuracy question in the sense, if you look at any research paper, the accuracy will be 92%, 95%, 97%. But when you compare the accuracy of a given data set on an ML algorithm versus DL algorithm, DL algorithms are more accurate. But the problem is that DL algorithms require large volumes of data. The computational complexity is also there high. It has its own issues. So model complexity, simpler models are there for machine learning, whereas DL algorithms have complex architectures. Training time is fast and less resource intensive for machine learning, but deep learning requires high computational power. You need GPUs and all. In fact, TPUs are right now they are running on TPUs. Interpretability, basically what does interpretability refer to? On why a particular decision was taken or why a particular conclusion was arrived to. It is easier to interpret and explain in machine learning, whereas because of the complex nature of the neural networks, it is difficult to get such an explanation in DL despite its accuracy. Use cases, okay, as I said, it depends on the context. How does machine learning algorithms work? They learn from labeled data. So you have to clean the data, normalize the data and do all those things. And then unsupervised find patterns in unlabeled data. That is one advantage that we have. You have different algorithms. Whereas deep learning, which uses various forms of neural networks, they mimic the human brain with layers of interconnected. So if you have seen any DL algorithm, you can see layers of connectivity. It's not that single straight thing that if this else this sort of thing. There are some layers of connectivity to that is why it is very difficult to interpret the conclusion of the DL algorithm, and we have various generative models for that. When to use ML? When you have a small data set with structured data, go for ML algorithms. When you have large data set with unstructured data such as images, text and all, go for DL algorithms. When you need a model for interpretability, go for ML because it is difficult to get such interpretability in DL algorithms. Pattern recognition, complex pattern recognitions can be easily achieved through DL. But if you want interpretability there, DL algorithms cannot give you a satisfactory answer. So that's about basically ML and DL, the algorithms, why and how and what context we use that. You all know that. Then let us look at the first case study, which is AI in traffic prediction. This case study, basically I interlinkingly will be discussing about two cases. One is the Google Maps traffic prediction. I hope you all have used Google Maps, right? What does it give you? It will give you the travel time. It will give you the congestion points wherever there is traffic. Probably it will also give you alternate routes. It will also give you alternate routes because there is a congestion. It will ask you to go through this route and all these things. These are major things that we all have seen that. Now imagine the same problem in Google network traffic. Google network tab. How does the traffic grow? Traffic flow? Packets. Imagine the packets as all the vehicles. Again, they have a source, they have a destination, there are congestion points, they have alternate routing strategies and all this. Same problem applies there. We'll interchangeably be using both of the things in this traffic prediction thing, right? Okay, it analyzes historical traffic data, user behavior, peak hours, and then based on that, it will predict your future traffic loads, congestion points, and bandwidth requirements. Why do we need traffic prediction? There is an answer for that. So, what is the problem as of now is that sudden traffic spikes during peak hours. We all know at 8-9 o'clock, you will have huge spike in traffic. Right? I am talking about the road traffic. But at the same time, if you talk about the network traffic, the huge spike will be in generally office login hours, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock is office login hours. Everybody starts working on their device, starts trying to log in the system and start connecting to the internet connectivity. So there are some peak hours, traffic will be spiked. If it is video streaming cloud services, there will be increased congestion. I told you scenarios. A popular movie actress movie being released in OTT, or some T20 match being live streamed, right? So you can see any T20 match that was live streamed. What is the number of people who will be watching that? I saw last T20 match, it was around 20 plus crore people watching, right? That won't be the traffic on a regular scenario. So these are instances where congestion can happen, and AI will be predicting that much in advance. And what does it do? It will give you an alternate strategy, have more servers, right? So what is that thing that you will have? You will have a seamless flow. You will have a seamless flow. Either it is road traffic or network traffic, right? What happens when there is a congestion? Just get stuck in the traffic. But if it is an alternate strategy, you go through the route and reach the destination, you will have a seamless journey. Similarly, the packets in the network traffic will also have a, you will not have congestions in those video streaming and cloud services scenarios also. So what is AI solution is that Google, I'm talking about Google network traffic and Google Maps in this context. It uses machine learning to analyze historical traffic. Historical traffic data is available. People are using phones connected to the internet for a long time, and at this point of time, getting historical data is not a big thing. Okay, 10 years earlier, yes, it was a constraint, but not everybody have a mobile with an internet connection. You predict the traffic demand in advance, and based on that, you allocate your bandwidth. You are reducing the congestion by 25%, which increases your performance a lot. Congestion reduction by 25% is a huge thing, because all these systems, Google Maps, Google network traffic, anything that you do, performance is eventually at the end of the day that it matters. Right, it's all about business finally. None of them are doing it for a service, and when Google is doing, there is some other cloud service which is also providing a service. And if you have trying to reduce congestion by 20%, there is an equivalent increase in the performance also. So improved user experience and resource utilization. So we'll go step by step how traffic prediction happens. I think there are 6-7 steps. Anything starts with data collection. How does Google collect the data? This is network traffic. So it collects data from data centers, routers, switches, YouTube, many things. And collected data is, what are the parameters that you have? What is the bandwidth that they have used? What is the packet loss, latency, traffic volume, and all these things. Now, if you visualize the same problem on the road traffic, where does Google collect data? Each device, right, every phone that have an internet connection that is there on the road will be giving data to Google, right? And then traffic management centers will be there, control rooms will be there. From all these places, it will collect the data. What data does it collect? What data does it collect? It will collect two types of data. Time series data, spatial data. Time series data, time at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, it keeps going. Spatial data, based on location. Okay, probably at Gachibowli Center, Kondapur, some other Serlingampalli. Yeah, I'm calling them by names, but for Google, it is all about latitude and longitudinal positions, right? Then, pre-processing. You haven't yet touched AI now, but you are pre-processing the data, basically cleaning the data and all the things. Well, you remove noise, you handle missing values, you normalize traffic values, convert it into time series data and all the things. Why do you need to normalize traffic values or any values for that matter, right? Imagine, what shall we say? Imagine a employee table. Employee record table. What does this employee record table will have is the list of employees, and that list of employees based on their pay package, the years of service, the possible position that they will be getting promotion. Years of service, how much can it be maximum? starting from 1, maximum 30, 35. Nobody will have 100 years of service, obviously, right? 45, 30, 35 is the max. Then position to which they are applying. How many levels of hierarchy do we have? Right, if you ask me in our university, we have assistant, associate, professor, senior professor. Okay, assistant, we have 3 more levels. So all put together also 7 levels. You will have your own hierarchy in your colleges. But does the number ever exceed more than 10? It never exceeds, right? So this number is somewhere between 1 to 10. The years will be somewhere between 1 to 40. Now come to the pay package thing. What is the pay package? Starting salary of any assistant professor. 70. Senior most professor 2.5, 3 lakhs. Right? Now compare these numbers. Whereas those numbers are in the range of 1 to 10 level of hierarchy, years of service are in the range of 1 to 30, 35, and your pay package is going to 6, 7 digits. So if you don't normalize it, what happens when you try to access these values? There will be weights given to each value. And this huge number, even if you multiply it with a small factor also, it gets exponential. It will have more weightage. But if you see pay package, it should not be having so much weightage. It should be either equal weightage or there will be some weights given. But if the value is so high, it just exponentially it increases when you overall calculate your predictions, where there will be bias in the overall calculation. To avoid that, we normalize the values. Basically, you clean the data for all the ML algorithms. Then feature engineering, you extract the features, time of the day, day of week, traffic patterns, user behavior. Look, is user behavior. If you look at the behavior of my car only travels from university to house, house to university. I don't go anywhere else. Even if I go, I take a cab. So that is my user pattern. Then there are other people who travel a lot across the country. So can they have a matching with my car user behavior and that car user behavior? No, because the number of kilometers that I travel, the speed with which I travel and the speed with which the other car travels is quite different. So behavior is very much important. Location obviously, because you carry spatial data and time series data. So obviously there are some features. See, in the evening you will have high video traffic. All of us go home, all of us open our OTTs. One watches Netflix. In our same home, one watches Netflix, the other watches Hotstar, some other watches some other thing. Right? Morning generally you will have less video traffic but more email traffic or more office related traffic. You know, that traffic will be there, organizational traffic. Then, okay, my data is cleansed. I had some features. Which features should I select? Depends on what problem you are going to solve. Then I have the traffic data sequence. I call this as time series data, which is at time 1, time 2, time 3. Do I want to have hourly data, 30 minutes data? It depends on the context. And then after that comes the AI part. Different algorithms are there. One context that I'm looking at here is LSTM. What is LSTM? Long short-term memory architecture, correct. It learns traffic trends. It will have seasonal patterns. You know, every time Hyderabad see this news during Sankranti time, there is a huge rush from Hyderabad to Vijayawada route. It's very obvious thing. After 3-4 years, everybody gets to know that it will be huge traffic on that weekend or on those days of probably Sankranti, Ugadi. There are certain seasonal patterns. Does it happen across the year? No. But then you know what are those contexts. Probably some election is happening. Yes, many of them go forward. There is a festival, especially Telugu festival. Yes, many of them travel there. Does it happen only on one day? No. The day before Sankranti and probably the day after Sankranti. Those are the predictable patterns. Seasonal patterns. Sudden spikes. When can you have sudden spikes? I just saw a sudden spike while I'm coming to this talk. My home is just 12 minutes away from university. So with that calculation, I started 20 minutes before that. And then morning there was a news in, I don't know, probably social media, that there was a huge surge in petrol bunks. There was a huge traffic on that petrol bunk road, that the road, 3/4 of the road was closed, occupied by those vehicles waiting for the traffic. That is a sudden spike. Can anyone anticipate it? No. Morning that news became viral and that is the result. I generally take 12 to 15 minutes. Today I took 25 minutes. What does AI do with this? Does it happen every time? Seasonal patterns happen every year, or there is a pattern. Every time there is a T20 match, there is a festival, something like that. Sudden spikes, you just learn with that, right? So then daily peak at 9 a.m. These are not sudden spikes. Daily peak traffic or daily network traffic at 10 a.m. are not sudden spikes. I call them as regular spikes. Every day 9 o'clock you will have peak traffic on the road. Is there something that you are so shocked about it? No. It happens every day. The spike is there every day. It's a regular spike. Then what do? LSTM predicts future traffic. It will let you know where the congestion is. If it is regarding video, video streaming, cloud services and all, it will adjust the bandwidth requirement. Probably predict what is the traffic at 11 p.m. The T20 match ends at 10 p.m. or 10:30 p.m. After all the celebrations, everybody will be there on the road. So you will have huge traffic. Otherwise, there will not be any traffic on that road at that point of time. So that intelligence will be there from LSTM output. How does it know? Because it learns. And that is how artificial intelligence comes into it. This is a basic architecture. Many of you might have seen this in your classes, textbooks and all these things. Long short-term memory architecture. Basically, I'll not go into the input gates and all because you need to have complex equations for that. But basically, you will have 3 gates: forget gate, input gate and output gate. And LSTM is a recurrent neural network. So what does forget gate do? Basically, it will decide what to forget. How does your human brain decide what to forget? Unimportant things. Irrelevant things. Okay. You attended an interview a week back. Will you forget what are the questions? Especially, it is some interview which have turned your career point sort of thing. After 5 years, 10 years, will you forget what are the questions asked? No, we generally don't forget, right? We keep them in mind because it's a memory. 5 years is a long duration, in fact. I still remember what are the questions asked in my interview, right? Then what did you eat last Wednesday? Right? So, forget gate is that one which will decide what to forget or what to remember. Then you have input gate. Input gate will basically, forget gate, how will it decide what is to forget and what is to remember? Basically, it will have 3 inputs. If you look at this gate, basically it is a logic gate. If you see, you have one input x of t, h of t minus 1, probably the previous iteration t minus 1. One more input is c of t minus 1. Right. So these 3 inputs will decide the output of this forget gate. What are those 3 things? The one at the down x of t is the current input, the one you are collecting. See, these are all training models which will react based on the input data, current input data. Then h of t minus 1 is the previous output. Previous day 9 o'clock, what is the output? Right? And then c of t minus 1 is the previous memory. At that point of time, what is the memory value? Based on these 3 things, your forget gate acts accordingly. Then I have input gate. Input gate basically works on a 2-step procedure. If you look here, there is a plus symbol and a cross symbol there. So what are those 2 things? Basically, before going to that, forget gate have an output of 0 or 1. 0 indicates forget, 1 indicates keep it or store it. Then you have input gate. It decides what to store and what is the value that you need to store. What you call it as, if it is a new value that you need to store, you call it as a candidate value. Those are those 2 things that you calculate through input gate. And what else do you have? You have an output gate. Output gate basically decides your final prediction, basically the output value. Is there a congestion ahead? Yes, it determines. Is there what you call, is there a roadblock, or is there a traffic, or the output value of travel time? All this will be decided by the output function. Let us go for slightly bigger picture. This is one LSTM. You have seen this picture multiple points, right? What is this? Again LSTM. Sorry? Multiple LSTMs. So whatever I have shown in the earlier picture, every time I have to. 1 unit of LSTM. Now I am making it as a bigger picture. X1, X2, Xn indicates multiple data. If you look here, they have 5 layers, right? A green layer, a blue layer, a yellow layer, red layer, and a final output layer, Y1, Y2. Then what is X1, X2, X3? It's basically a predicate sort of thing, or you call it as a tuple. When my device is giving data, it will give some data. What data it will give? It will give my location, it will give the timestamp, it will give probably traffic is there, not there, time, how much time I have stayed at that particular position. All these values will be given as a tuple when you give input to the server. And then LSTM layer, it learns traffic patterns based on previous data, previous memory and all, and predict it. So instead of one LSTM unit, I have multiple LSTM units because I have to act on multiple data. And then the yellow layer, which is called as the fully connected layer. It combines learned features and extract important patterns. Learned features, see, predicting 9 AM traffic is one thing, but then your traffic is also dependent on location. Your traffic, do you have 9 AM traffic everywhere in the city? No. School zones, office zones, right? There is a stadium. Do you have 9 AM traffic there? There is a swimming pool. Generally, do you have 9 AM traffic there? No. So you need to understand the complex relationships based on different featured patterns. So what do we do? That will be learnt in fully connected layer, where the accuracy of prediction will be improved in fully connected layer. Then the red one is the dropout layer. You see some of the red nodes are marked with a cross mark. What does it do? It prevents overfitting and it will try to generalize the result. Just because I have a spike of huge traffic there in this afternoon, can I predict every Wednesday afternoon, do you have traffic at that? No, right? It happened today because of one viral news in social media in the morning. Does war come every time? Does such a news happen every time? Does it happen on Wednesday? Does it happen to be 2 p.m.? No. Right? So those dropouts will be taken care of by the dropout layer. It will avoid overfitting and it will try to generalize your result. Finally, you will get the result. If you look at your result, is again a predicate. Y1, Y2, Y3, Y4. What is that again? Why do I have multiple outputs? You open your Google Maps, search the distance from A to B. What does it give? It will give routes, it will give travel time, it will give congestion there or not, it will give a facility to add stop, then they will give different routings. All these things will be taken care of your predicates. Sorry? Toll plaza. Oh, that is also given in Google Maps.
How much cost will be?
Yes, correct. That is also there. Well, it is the same thing, so I'll skip it because we are running out of time. Then another algorithm used in Google Maps prediction is graph neural networks. See, the one that we have used, LSTM, is under which category does it come? Recurrent graph. This is RNN, GNN. Which one is better? I'll not answer it as of now. I'll come back. So you have a multi-graph scenario. If you look at multi-graph scenario here, you have multiple nodes and there is connection between the nodes. If you look here, these two nodes, there are different connections. There is a green connection and a red connection, right? So each the connection between two nodes can have what do I mean to say? Two nodes have multiple connections. Well, that is what multigraph have, where if you see there is a blue connection which can indicate a road connection, then a red connection which will give you the long connection between the congestion connections, and then there is a green connection which will decide the direction of flow. Is it a one-way road or can vehicles travel in both the things? Different things will be indicating. The other part which you see is a hierarchical graph. Now I am not talking about 2 points in Hyderabad. I am talking about a route map from Hyderabad to Delhi. Then hierarchical graphs come into picture. It is between two cities, and then within the city you will have hypernodes and nodes. Basically, as you keep zooming in, that is what we do in Google Maps, right? If you say Hyderabad to Delhi or Hyderabad to Vijayawada, it will give you one line. Then as you zoom in, you will get to know what are the areas. Within the areas, what are the streets? Is there a path through that street? Is it blocked? And all will be given through your hierarchical graph. And this is how traffic prediction happens with the GNNs. What happens in traffic prediction in GNN models is that it happens in two phases. One is offline training and the other is online deployment. There are around 7 steps. The first step starts here, where historical data from the routers, from the devices is taken to the traffic data management server. After that, what will traffic management data server will do? Obviously do the cleaning, normalizing and all the things. And then that data is given to GNN model for training. Okay, training was done. Now GNN model has some idea on when the traffic is on peak hours, when the traffic is on low hour, is not peak, or when the roads are relatively, summer generally 12 to 4 roads are relatively vacant. All that idea it has now. Now what it will do, it will collect new traffic data from the real-time data, and then it will form a routing policy, just not based on the learned traffic patterns, but it will keep learning with the new traffic data. So that is how it comes. Eventually, what is it that it will come? Eventually, over a period of time, it will come to a routing policy. If I say A and B, it will give one standard route for that. But then, if it is on a Friday, or if it is on a holiday, or if it is on a peak day, it changes its pattern. It becomes intelligent, basically. Now, the same thing, slightly bigger scope. If you look here, these are all various devices that are providing data. You are collecting the traffic information from drones, from road sensors, from probe devices. Probe devices are nothing but our cars, our bikes and all the things. You collect the information. You fuse this information in the data center. When you are fusing the information in the data center, you make two different types of data, temporal data and spatial data. Eventually what you get is you build a tempo-spatial graph combining both temporal data and spatial data, and based on that you build traffic prediction model. How do I build traffic prediction model? LSTM, GNN, something else? It depends. And finally, your prediction is there. But remember, neither spatial representation nor temporal data is alone sufficient. So, spatial information through a network as a graph, a temporal representation data that you take time series data is clubbed together to get these tempo spatial correlation models. And spatial tempo GNN models are designed to have a clubbing of these two data to get more accurate prediction, and eventually your predictions do come. So summary, you have taken network as a graph, routers, links, traffic or nodes, edges, edge weights, and then GNN models learn through network topology, traffic dependency, congestion propagation, all these things. If there is congestion at some point in the graph, it knows what other points will get affected by that congestion. That will help it to reroute or give an alternate routing strategy. prediction about, future congestion and all the things. Apart from that, there are time series models also. These models basically build the patterns based on either temporal data or spatial data. I'll give you a comparison here. ARIMA is a statistical model, whereas Prophet is an additive model. Right? These are mostly statistic. Some of them are manual and automatic, whereas the LSTM is a deep learning model. But deep learning model is based on the data. They also use internally these time series and spatial data for accurate predictions. Finally, you have made your prediction. See, we have seen two things now. One is prediction through LSTM. Other is prediction through GNN, making use of temporal spatial data. Now one more okay, the other one is this regular time series models, ARIMA and all. These are basically based on statistical techniques. There is not a lot of intelligence there. This is basically based on statistical patterns and all. So their performance is also obviously relatively less compared to LSTM and GNN. And then comes reinforcement learning. What is reinforcement learning? I provide a route from A to B is fine. LSTM does that, GNN does that. What is reinforcement learning? Your kid got 97% in his exam. So we generally give him something, a chocolate, a pen. What is that? A reward. Why? Encourage, basically, right? So that will, the assumption is that will motivate him to study much better in the next exams. So is reinforcement learning also. Basically, you have a network. You consider it as a graph, a road traffic or a network traffic and all. A agent decides which path to choose and where to route the traffic. But if your path is faster, you will have a reward. If your path, whatever you have proposed has congestion, you have a penalty. Over a period of time, AI learns which routing strategy is better in a given scenario. Basically, it has to come up with some routing policy where the reward is maximized. Each time you give a reward. See, reward can be in terms of points. Sometimes you give plus 10, sometimes you give plus 20, sometimes you give minus 20, depending on the path that you have proposed. Faster path, better reward. Whenever you have a congestion, your points go negative. Now my job is to maximize the reward. So this is a scenario. The agent, what it will do, it will observe the environment, the current state of the environment, and based on that it will take an action. When it takes an action, the system will give it a reward and it moves to a new state. This is how it looks. The agent observes the environment and proposes an action, probably proposing a route, probably proposing travel time, probably proposing alternate route, something. Based on that, the interpreter will give a reward. Best route, I'll get best reward. If it proposes a congestion route, it will give, what do you get? Penalty and all. And there will be also a change of state. How many times does it happen? It happens every time that it proposes some route. But then the eventual goal is to maximize the reward. The user uses this feedback to update its strategy, and eventual goal of this particular agent is to come up with a routing policy which will have maximum reward. So you use LSTM, you use GNN, whatever it is. On top of that, they use a reinforcement algorithm for optimization. Every problem requires an optimization. The same thing, you have multiple states, you have rewards, depending on, you go to a particular state, you will have more reward, you go to a particular state, you will have negative reward and all these things. So these are all pictures which represent that. If you look at the small thing, this is the source, B is the source, A is the destination, right? And it was showing a congestion here. The regular path can be, this can be the shortest path also. But because there is a congestion here, if you have reinforcement learning, it will show you an alternate path, although longer. That is what happens even in our network traffic or the road traffic that the Google prediction takes care of. And this, I'll not go into the details, but this reinforcement learning will have an infrastructure plane, a control plane, and a application plane for implementation. So what does Google do? We have LSTM, we have GNN, we have reinforcement learning. We looked into time series models. What does Google use? Because we all are using that products. Google uses a hybrid approach. It doesn't use one algorithm, it doesn't rely on one algorithm. It combines LSTM with GNN, GNN with reinforcement learning, LSTM with the time series model. Why does it need multiple models to have? Why does it need to have? Does LSTM doesn't predict traffic? Yes. Does GNN alone doesn't predict traffic? Yes. But the combination provides you accuracy, speed, and reliability. So these are the steps that it grows through. Data collection, data pre-processing, feature engineering. Identifying features is also a very big important task when you are going to solve a particular problem. Then you use algorithms, whatever algorithms you want to. Traffic prediction, then reinforcement learning for optimization, and overall you get your network performance improvement. So with AI, network collects traffic data, studies past patterns, predicts future congestion, and if it is network traffic, it adjusts bandwidth also automatically, so no server crashes at a peak hour of thing. That's about the case study of AI in traffic condition. Although we studied one case study, the same thing is there in routing, the same thing is there in traffic, road traffic, the same thing is there in network traffic and all. Let us look at one more case study, AI in intrusion detection. What is intrusion detection? We all have firewalls in our organizations, right? What does it do? Sorry?
Protects from intruders.
Protects from intruders.
Network from
Suspicious activities. Yes, protecting from intruders. Intruders don't come on their own physically. So probably malicious packets. We call it malicious packets, suspicious activities. What can be a suspicious activity?
against the protocol.
You have certain rules defined for your protocol. Anything that goes against to it can be suspicious activity. Won't an automated management firewall policy help in this scenario? Why do you need AI in intrusion detection?
Dynamics or activities will be changed. We can't be able to
The suspicious activities keep changing every time. The suspicious activities keep changing every time. We have heard so many news where a 8-year-old kid, 9-year-old kid takes their mother's phone, father's phone, paying, playing video game and then buy something on worth of thousands, right? Don't you think if we have AI there, we may be able to alert, at least it will get an alert. All right. Okay. There is other defense argument. Parents should not be keeping their passwords, remembering in the mobile. Parents should not be giving that. Okay. All this is there. But all said and done, we are parents. Right. We can't stop the kids from taking our phones. Neither can we remember that many passwords. But my proposal is that what if we use AI in intrusion detection? Can't we stop such scenarios? Right? There is an unusual activity. Right? You don't do random payments. We have certain pattern for our payment module, right? When do random payments happen? See, if you look at, I'm talking about an average middle class family thing. You get your salary in the first week. Then there are some payments, some EMIs, some grocery bills and all, standard payments, fees and all these things. And then now and then small payments for small petty things for the groceries, fruits, vegetables and all. In general, many of the middle class families will not have random big payments in the middle of the month or after the first week of the month. And then if a particular activity is happening, it's not that it will never happen. There is a marriage in my house, there is a function in my house, or there is some celebration, I want to go for shopping. Right, doesn't mean that I will not do, but the pattern is that, yes, you will not have major payments in that. And then where there is such an activity, should we consider it as a suspicious activity? Yes. And should we block all such activities? No. No, we can't block all such activities, but what can we do? We can alert the user. Give an alert, probably take two-factor authentication, not only password, probably, some other OTP or some other two-factor, multi-factor authentication, so that we are sure that the user knowingly is giving that to access that particular. Let us see how it happens in intrusion detection. Right, problem is increasing cyber attacks. Why increasing cyber attacks? We discussed in the beginning itself. You have lot of devices, reach of internet is everywhere and all. And it is difficult to detect unknown attacks. People who are there into intrusion detection systems might be studying this or teaching them to their students, You have standard signature formats in packets and all. Right, apart from that, anything else you identify it as suspicious. You have standard packet formats, you have standard, addresses from where you receive data or where you send data. Apart from that, you identify it as an. But now with this heterogeneous complexity of the network, because you have multiple devices, heterogeneous devices, and connectivity also, if you see. Connectivity also, how do you connect to your devices? Generally, I connect, if I am away from home, I connect through mobile data to internet. But if I am at home, I use my Wi-Fi. If I am at my office, I use my office Wi-Fi. Then public Wi-Fi, which is a very risky thing, But I'll tell you what the kids in my apartment do. They use our Wi-Fi. It's not that I'm not complaining about my neighboring kid. Many of the kids in my apartment have this habit. It's not that they don't have Wi-Fi at their homes or they're underprivileged, not having internet access. They have a very good Wi-Fi connection at home. Right? They just want to crack the other device. All these kids are friends, no? So they come to the home, ask the friend, hey, password bata do network. Obviously, he is our friend, they'll tell it. And it gets stored in their device. They stay there in their home only, but they don't access their own Wi-Fi, they access the neighbor's Wi-Fi. Don't you think it is a risky thing? Kids may be using it for just playing, but then your Wi-Fi credentials going into some other device. So should I not give Wi-Fi credentials to the neighboring kid who comes to my home? You don't have so much choice. So it is difficult to detect unknown threats. Where does the threat come from? You will not even visualize. This is Cisco AI-based intrusion detection. What Cisco does, it uses AI to monitor network behavior, detect abnormal traffic patterns, and block suspicious users. What is the result? You will be able to detect faster threat detection. Detecting the threat itself is a very big thing in intrusion detection systems. Reduce security breaches, because why does it reduce security breaches is that if it finds some suspicious activities or users trying to log into your network, it blocks them immediately. You give 3 wrong passwords to SBI, will you be able to do any SBI transaction on that day? It blocks you. You are a valid user, you forgot the password. But despite that, if you give 3 invalid attempts, you will not be able to do SBI transactions on that day. I don't know about other banks, but probably more or less the number may vary. They are also having that. So improved network setting. How does AI detect intrusion? The way, see, what is the thing that we have seen in the earlier example? You are collecting data. What are you collecting? Location coordinates, time, time data, space data, congestion period, how much time you are there on that location and all. These are the things that it will help you to detect based on the data collected. It will monitor your network traffic. It will have malware attacks, unauthorized access will be identified, DDoS attacks, all these things will be done. And it uses for anomaly detection, pattern recognition, behavioral analysis, and it will automatically block threats, whereas traditional intrusion detection requires intervention of a system administrator to block any user or any packet. How does it go? It goes in a four-way cycle where the data keeps monitoring, and then you analyze, and then you block. Okay, sorry, something is wrong. Okay, forget about the picture. Basically, you monitor the data, you have a model, AI detection model. Based on that, your data will be classified. It is an anomaly data or a healthy data. And then for anomaly data, you will get a alert system. If it is very sure that the data is anomaly data, it even blocks the data or user, whoever it is. Here also you will have the same 6 steps: data collection, data processing, feature extraction, model training, intrusion detection, and response and prevention. How is it different from the network traffic example that we have seen? Only thing is that yes, the data set differs, the features differ. Obviously, when the features differ, obviously your algorithms also, LSTM may not work here. You may have to go for some other algorithm. You may have to use CNN, just for the sake of example. You may have to use some other algorithm. So this is what happens, in an intrusion detection system where you start with monitoring the system. When you start monitoring the system, what is it that you do? You observe your network traffic. What do you have in your network traffic? User activity. User A, he is online for this many hours on this IP address. What are the sites that he has accessed? Entire log record will be there. Then login attempts, file access, data transfer attempts. Suppose say some of the software companies do not allow USB sticks into the organization, and if there is an attempt to transfer data into another external device, it should be identified. All these things will be monitored in your monitoring system. So it will try to differentiate between a normal behavior and a abnormal behavior. User logging into a system is a normal behavior. Multiple failed attempts to log in with invalid passwords is a abnormal behavior. That is how you look into it. Then, okay, sorry for the spelling mistake, but it is collection of data. What is the data that you collect when you are monitoring the data? How many packets are coming, source and destination, all the metadata that you have in the header, right? And then the protocol, what is the protocol that they are using? TCP, UDP, HTTP, the packet size, the connection duration, all of these things. If from a given IP address, you have 1000 requests per second your server has. How do you identify that? Your normal pattern is that from any given source, you will have around 20 to 30 requests per second. But you have 1000 requests per second from a given IP address or to a given IP address. What does that indicate? It indicates a DDoS attack. It indicates a DDoS attack, denial of service. Then pre-processing of data. Pre-processing of data, the same thing. You remove duplicates, remove noise, normalize the data and all these things. Normalization and all these things I have told you. Then you train the data. How do I train the data? You use GNN, you use LSTM, you have standard AI algorithms. What you want to use depends. Then after your data is trained, what is it that, see, how do I train my data? Training models you have algorithms, but you should, in your training data, you should have normal healthy data versus attack data, or what you call suspicious patterns. That also need to be, see, unless I know it is a suspicious pattern, how do I detect it? You have to train it and all. And then comes your intrusion recognition. Based on the trained model, your system will start detecting intrusions, and then you start giving new, what you call, real-time data. And if there is an abnormal behavior pattern formed, an alarm will be created. If it is the same thing, why are we repeatedly doing? We do have different things. I'll just close in another 10-15 minutes. I'll not talk about the left part, but if you look at the box part, you have TSVID. What does that indicate? two-stage identity intrusion detection system, neural networks intrusion detection system, and deep feature intrusion detection system. What does this two-stage do? It will detect suspicious traffic and it will confirm the type of attack. Basically mapping based on the traffic. It can be a DDoS attack or it can be a man-in-the-middle attack, depending on the type of the traffic pattern. That is what it is. That is one type of algorithm. Then I have neural networks. Neural networks, what does it do? It will use artificial neural networks, CNN, and with a combination of deep learning algorithms also, which we discussed in the earlier example. Then the other thing is deep feature IDS. Do you think the same set of features identifies every attack? So in the earlier example that we spoke about road traffic, network traffic, more or less your features are constant. But in IDS, your features are not constant. Some are determined based on packet size, some are determined based on protocol, some are determined based on IP address. So you need to redefine your feature set, or you need to work out with multiple possible combinations of I take feature set and say this is my feature set and I'll always detect with that. You may be missing some attacks. You can't do that, right? So you need to have those combinations, and then there is an ensembling thing where you combine all three of them for your classification part. That's about intrusion detection. The summarized part, I collect the data from various places which contains IP address, port number, protocol, and all the other things. I do data pre-processing. I go for feature selection. Feature selection can be packet size, connection duration, number of requests, failed login attempts, and all these things. Then comes the next two steps, I have 4 more steps. Then comes AI model training, where I learn the difference between a normal traffic and attack traffic. The so-called normal traffic today can be attack traffic tomorrow. So-called attack traffic today can be normal traffic tomorrow. So a standard definition, a standard rule doesn't apply for AI-based IDS. So your algorithms need to keep learning different patterns. They use ML algorithms, they use DL algorithms, they use ensembling of these combinations as well. After they have learned patterns, they will detect malware, any possible attack. So after detecting attack, it's a regular thing. System takes alert, it has to block that IP address, block that user, or stop the packets that are coming, and all these things. These, they doesn't comprise of your AI part. So what are the algorithms used? If you look at earlier, Google is using a combination of LSTM, GNN reinforcement learning and all. When it comes to Cisco-based IDS, these are the algorithms that they are using. Random forest, SVM, decision tree for machine learning. They are using an ensembling technique. You know what an ensembling technique is. You keep a combination of these things depending on the context to get the better result. So for deep learning, they are using LSTM and CNN, and for advanced things, they have GNN and reinforcement learning. Right? How much time do I have? 10 more minutes. Traditional IDS have rule-based, basically traditional IDS is like automated IDS. I write the rules, it works out, that's it. But AI-based IDS, it detects unknown attacks because it is learning continuously. Then I have few more cases where AI is used in optimization thing. What is the optimization thing? We all use Netflix, right? How is Netflix able to reach so many users? What is it that it is doing? Otherwise also, even forget about Netflix, what is an optimization problem in networking? This is the optimization problem in networking, where you need to balance the load, where you need to balance your risk. You will not, if you have n users, you will not have n resources in any given network, right? Now, obviously the number of resources are less than n. The question is, how do you optimally network performance will be there in optimization problem. What do it do? If you ask me, it will again use the same algorithms. MLDL algorithms doesn't change. What is it that changes? Your data sets changes, your feature selection changes, your policies change, your rules, conditions change. Right. So user requests, the traffic analyzer will analyze the traffic and then it is given to the AI optimization engine. The AI optimization engine will apply various optimization algorithms for resource allocation. And because it is AI optimization, you will have better performance. I'll just go for the Netflix example. Netflix has this high video streaming demand and bandwidth optimization challenges. I think every household has a Netflix account now, right? And do you think Netflix has this capacity to reach all the users? Have you ever heard of Netflix server being down? Have you heard of? I have never heard of that. Right? How is it doing? It is using optimization strategies. It is using optimization strategies. What is it that it will do is that it will predict your user viewing patterns. Obviously, if a South Indian movie was released in OTT, there will be huge traffic here compared to the north part, right? If there is a T20 match happening, can you apply the same rule? Durandar released recently in OTT. Most of the traffic will be in the north. It doesn't mean South people are not watching it. But then I said there is a South hero movie release. Right. Obviously, the traffic pattern will be different. Can you apply the same rule if there is a T20 match? No. It's across the country. It's across the country. Right. So those patterns will be recorded to optimize content delivery. Again, there are different things. There is a time for serials, there is a time for movies, there is a time for match. Apart from this, again, weekend has some other pattern. Festival things have, because in festivals OTT releases new movies. Again, it will have a different band. All put together also, in general, working day will never have more traffic. But if it is a match day, the traffic is different. So keeping all these things, it will optimize the resource allocation, where the result is that you reduce the buffering and you will have better video quality. What does AI do is that in this network optimization, I go for a HD clarity movie. I keep watching that movie, but if you see, some of the times you will suddenly see that the HD quality comes down in Netflix itself. It's because there is huge load on the server to, to pass on the traffic to multiple users. That is one thing. The other thing is that it makes use of caching techniques. I think I have that slide. Data collection, common thing. Data collection, data processing is a common thing. Then Netflix predicts using AI. It uses time series forecasting, regression models, deep learning and reinforcement learning. What is it that it is do? Depending on the type of the data, it will have different prediction methods. If it is a one-way streaming, prediction method is machine learning and deep learning. If it is a burst of data traffic, it will have hybrid combination. And if it is IoT devices that it is collecting or giving data to, it will have a time series thing. IoT devices are more compatible and they'll give more accuracy with time series models. Depending on the type of delivery of their particular content, they will decide the model. It's not that same algorithm, I use it across the platform to get a better result. That is one thing that they do. And they use this Open Connect CDN. What happens is that if a South Indian movie gets released, South Indian servers keep that movie in their cache, so that the load will not be on the main server. They know people access it, and that is how they do the load balancing. They also use this adaptive bitrate, under which connection or how much bitrate will help them to avoid buffering things. Intelligent routing again comes from the network and road traffic prediction thing. It also uses reinforcement learning, and it keeps learning continuously. What are the algorithms it uses for machine learning? These are the algorithms: random forest, deep learning, LSTM, neural networks, and regression. Every prediction technique have some or the other advanced algorithms in form of reinforcement learning. Why we have multiple answers? I think I have one more case study, but again the same thing. What is it? Fault management. You have multiple servers connected across, Google have multiple servers connected across the world, right? Then they all sit in their devices. They will crash one or the other day. None of them have an infinite amount of lifetime, right? But if a server crashes, does Google services stop across the world? If one server crashes in India, does Google services stop in India? What is it that they are doing? How are they shifting to? They are rerouting the traffic. Right. Fault management is also done. See, when you have network devices, especially monitoring systems or servers that keep continuously working, AI fault detection mechanisms are used. Again, they use the same old algorithms for inside that, where the patterns, root cause analysis patterns. What are the root cause analysis? Generally, lifetime, or heavy load, threshold, more than the threshold load, server crashes. So they have these conditions, and if they predict, so I told you there is a T20 match, obviously there will be more load on the server. So server is bound to crash. Then what do? Rather than serving the services through one server, I will keep multiple servers to load on them. That is basically optimization of the fault management. Okay, Azure fault detection happens in the same way. I'll skip that part. If you look at networking, these are the real world applications currently in trending. SDN, self-healing networks, 5G networks, more than cloud networking, multi-cloud networking, IoT networks, and all of them are driven through AI. For AI in 5G networks, network slicing, traffic prediction, self-healing problems are using AI. In SDN, centralized control of those SDNs, dynamic routing, traffic optimization are again being used for AI. Advantages we have, cost efficiency, performance, all these things are there. But like every technology has a good side, this is the other side of the AI part. How many times, how many ways you are giving your data to a particular server, right? You keep your mobile here. You can try this. You keep your mobile here. You talk, keep your internet connection. Have a half-an-hour conversation with your friend on some topic. Suppose, say, okay, you just have a topic on, let's say, let's go to Goa next week. You talk on that topic for another 15-20 minutes. You open Google, you will get ads related to Goa, how to travel to Goa, Goa destinations, hotels in Goa and all. You didn't talk to Google. You just switched on your thing. You search something in Google and then you try to open some other app. All your recommendations will come related to that. Right? How is it happening? Right? So if you think my life is private, it's just a myth. Right? So data privacy is a huge concern with AI because everybody, there is nothing like privacy with AI. Also comes high implementation cost. You talk about RNNs and GNNs, they have huge complexity. Infrastructure is also quite expensive. And we don't have skilled professionals to address 5G, 6G cases and all. The problem is that AI, is there in the future, new systems we'll build with AI. But what about existing systems? We can't scrap them. We have to integrate them with the legacy systems. That integration again has its own challenges and complexity involved. Assuming that we address them, you will have fully autonomous networks in the next, probably if we meet 5 years later, This is going to happen. You will have self-healing networks. No system administrator need to go and trip down, switch on a button that was stripped off, or address a server or restart a server. That you have self-healing networks. Intelligent cyber security. Probably in our cyber security session we'll deal with that. And AI-driven 6G networks. We haven't yet learned 5G network and 6G is in place. That's the sarcasm over there. So AI is transforming networking. All your future networks are AI based and AI driven. You will have intelligent automation. Any networking problem, you say there is a network, either it is road traffic, network traffic, intrusion detection, anything that you have a network connected, you will have automation, and intelligent automation is there. It improves security and performance. I'll keep a question mark here. This continuation we'll discuss in security. Does it really improve security and performance? Yes, but with what? We will see. And all your future networks will be AI driven. Thank you. If you have any questions, I am ready to take. I have told you at the beginning, there is no silver bullet answer for anything, right? That is why so many papers are there on ML and all, right? If you ask me which technique is all, it all depends. You have to try it and test it out. Right. Depends on what your problem is. You have to go for feature selection, try it on a data set, try with different ML models and see which one is giving better results. That is it. There is no silver bullet answer for that. Any other questions? Right then, I'll call it a day. Thank you.
Noida for 4 years. Sir, you can please continue.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so I welcome you all for this session on portfolio website building using vibe coding tool. I think in the morning you had a theoretical session on the same topic, right? Vibe coding tools, vibe coding. So the idea of this is a lab session. We are supposed to give you hands-on experience on how to use a particular vibe coding tool to build your own portfolio website. Okay. Yeah. What I will do is I will discuss 5 to 10 minutes on how I used a vibe coding tool to build my own portfolio website. Same thing you can reproduce, right? So what is vibe coding? So when you are talking about building websites or building, developing a software, right? There are two aspects. Or you are solving a computational problem. There are two aspects: what you want to do or how you want to do. So before the era of artificial intelligence, both have to be handled by the programmer itself. What you want also, how you want to do. You have to build the logic by yourself. There is no assistance, except maybe you have to go use Google to see if someone else has done a similar kind of work and then copy the code and inspire from that. Now the situation has changed after the artificial intelligence tools. Okay, so programmers now his focus is on what to do. How to do is will be handled by AI tools itself. So our focus, you focus more on idea, flow, and creativity. This is called the vibe. Okay, and the coding can be done using AI tools. So a lot of manual efforts has been diminishing in terms of while it comes to the actual coding actually, right? Vibe coding is a software, the term vibe coding is coined by this AI researcher Andres. Okay, what is vibe coding? Vibe coding is a software development approach where you build applications primarily by describing your vision, ideas in AI in natural language rather than writing code manually. So you give oral instruction to the tool, it will write code for you, right? The same thing we will do in this session. Yes. You know what is a profile? Portfolio, right? Portfolio means having your own website. It's a CV, digital CV. So CV contains all the information, right? So can we build a website which actually represents yourself? It can have details of about yourself, your education qualifications, your research interest, what kind of courses you have taught, your student details. Suppose if you are guided MTech, PhD, MCA students or something, those details can be there. Contact information, or your profiles. Suppose if you have publications profiles can be given. So can we build a portfolio website for yourself so that it contains all the information of your current history and the past history, entire your professional details it can contain, right? Such a thing is very much needed. So if you see, look at University of Hyderabad, you take any department, faculty have their own specific website, right? That is very much useful because it gives a lot of information to the outside world. Yes. So there are a lot of tools. Basically, we see a lot of AI tools are there. ChatGPT is a very nowadays highly used tool, right? Depending on the domain you are working in, or depending on the application you are working in, what kind of application you are building. So there are relevant AI tools. When it comes to software development, like website development or normal C programming or such thing, so there are specific tools are there. So like the Windsurf, Cursor, Lovable, Fire Studio, like that many other tools are there. Actually it is a editor where usually how do you program? Normal programming, how do you write programming so far? In your bachelor's, MTech, how do you write programs? Yes, you you open an editor, type your program and compile and run on the terminal somewhere, right? Now the same thing, you have an editor. In the editor itself, you will have a chat window. In the chat window, you can type your prompt. Accordingly, once you give the prompt, the tool will take your prompt, try to understand it, and then it will do necessary actions in terms of writing the actual code, right? What could be a prompt for building a portfolio website? Yes, so we have to say I need a portfolio website for assistant professor who is working in this department. His name is this. his area of interest, like that. So once we can give a initial prompt and then see the output and then decide what are the sections you want to modify, because there may be irrelevant information initially. So for that you have to again give a prompt, incremental prompt, then it will update. You have to keep on accepting the changes. Eventually you will reach a state where you have a satisfiable website. Okay, that is the idea. In the morning actually we have used the Windsurf tool. Just before this session we had a session for the batch A. We have used Windsurf tool, but what is happening is all of us using the tools simultaneously, it has blocked us. We are not able to give the prompts because maybe some multiple requests are coming from same IP address, no? So that's why we are going to use cursor tool for this session, right? Yeah. So you can download the cursor tool from here. So after my discussion is over. So it's very similar to how you install a tool. You download a tool on your desktop or somewhere, install the tool, log in, and then you are ready to use, right? Yeah. So I will show you how I build my portfolio website using the Windsurf tool in just 30 minutes without even writing a single line of code. Yeah, this is the website portfolio. It's not coming. Right? So it's, see here, this is a portfolio website I built for myself. Then it has so many sections. Right? Now I will show you, this is the complete acceptable portfolio of myself. I will show you what are the sequences of prompts I given to achieve this page. Yeah. Yeah. So initially I gave this prompt. Create a responsive portfolio website for an assistant professor using HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Include sections about me, research, projects, publications, teaching, students, contact me. Okay. It has created 3 files. One is index.html, CSS file, and then JavaScript file. Then it asks me whether you want to accept. If I click accept, automatically these 3 files will be saved in a folder, which initially given by me. So I can open the index.html file in a browser. I will see the entire website portfolio. Then I will see which sections are relevant to me, which sections are not relevant to me. Accordingly, I will give my further prompts. So actually it is given a name someone else. So what I told, change name of the faculty to myself, assistant professor, School of Computer and Information, University of Hyderabad. So wherever the name is there, it has modified all those places with this name. Then I have accepted the changes. And then update the profile picture. I gave a profile picture, I asked it to update, it updated. And then modify research interest to graph algorithms, parameters of complexity, social network analysis. It has modified. Update about me section also with my updated area of interest. So basically I observed that somewhere these are mentioned, but about me section, there is inconsistency. Some other subjects are mentioned. So with this prompt, I am trying to resolve that issue. Then after that, there is a section called research papers, right? Research section. I want to have all the publications of me listed. So what I did, I gave my Google Scholar profile page. Then asked it to extract the pages, publications from that link and then put it in my website. It has actually gone to the web page, scrolled all the publications and then placed it in the website. You see here, it has, oh my goodness, again. You see here, these are the publications from the, Google Scholar profile. It has picked all the publications and added entries like this. Then I gave to update my project, and then details of the projects and PhD students, and then I gave my personal profile and asked it to update the student list, MTech, MCA, PhD students, and it has created. Interestingly, so these are the student lists. See, it's here, it has shown the students which are completed in a different color than ongoing student with a different color, without even telling anything. Then I asked it to update my contact information. Then I asked it to update my DBLP, Scopus, LinkedIn profiles. It has added at the bottom, it has added 4 icons. If you click on that, it will directly take you to profile. Okay. Then I observed that one section is missing. My qualification, education qualification section is missing. So I asked it to add a section after my about me section. Yeah. So this is the profile I got finally. This is the home. This is the website I got finally. You see, everything is there, information, right? So now the task is to yes. What you do is you download cursor from this website, please. All of you download cursor from this website. It is if it is already there, login. It is already there, login to the cursor. Please help them. I have 2 students, MTech students. They will help you if you need any help. So entire next 40-45 minutes or 1 hour is to make you build your own portfolio website. Please download and install, sign up and login. Login here. So you you create a new project. New project, create a folder on desktop or somewhere with your name. Yes. click, yes, create a project, yes, now click change, yes. Okay, now you give your prompt here. You have to give your prompt, design a portfolio website like that. Okay, prompt ఇవ్వండి, తర్వాత it will work out and it will create indexed HTML, all those files. Then it will take some time, 1 or 2 minutes. After that it will ask you to review. Then once you review and accept those files will be saved in that folder. Okay, yeah, you can collaborate. All set, I think it's there already, you installed. Open చేయండి, కజర్ ఓపెన్ చేయండి. Yes, new project change, new project. ఓపెన్ ఫోల్డర్ అయినా పర్లేదు, ఓపెన్ ఫోల్డర్, ఎస్. ఒక కొత్త ఫోల్డర్ మీ పేరుతో క్రియేట్ చేసుకుని డెస్క్టాప్ మీద ఎక్కడన్నా ఆ ఫోల్డర్ ఇవ్వండి. వస్తుంది. యా, ఇక్కడ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇవ్వాలి మీరు. ఇక్కడ ఇనిషియల్ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఉంది కదా, ఆ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇస్తే ఇట్ విల్ వర్క్అవుట్ ద ఫైల్స్. యా, ఇక్కడ ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇవ్వాలి మేడం. ఇచ్చారా? రన్ చేయండి, రన్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. మళ్ళీ రన్ క్లిక్ చేయండి, అడిగినప్పుడల్లా రన్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. అది కూడా వస్తుంది, అది కూడా చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇది వచ్చేసిన తర్వాత మీరు CV అప్డేట్ చేసి, కెన్ యూ అప్డేట్ మై ప్రొఫైల్ అకార్డింగ్ టు మై CV అంటే మోడిఫై చేసి, లేదంటే ఇనిషియల్గా కూడా ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, ఇట్స్ బిల్డింగ్ HTML ఫైల్. ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ ఇట్ విల్ బిల్డ్ CSS ఫైల్. ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ ఇట్ విల్ బిల్డ్ JavaScript. వన్స్ దీస్ 3 ఆర్ డన్, యూ హ్యావ్ ఏ ప్రొఫైల్. Now it's building CSS file. Yeah. So I mean, create prompts such that you are using less number of prompts. Otherwise, it's a free version, no? You may not be able to give more prompts. Yeah. Actually, it is free. When we are using free version, no, it will permit you 10 to 15 prompts per day. Okay. Yes. Someone who is working on professional projects, no, they can purchase paid version. And yeah, right. Good. పర్లేదు కదా, ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అయితే రావట్లేదు. మేడం అయిపోయింది, ప్రివ్యూ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ ప్రివ్యూ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ ఇది యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసేయండి మేడం. ఇన్స్టాలా కల్చర్, ఓకే, ఇన్స్టాల్ కోడ్ పర్లేదు. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ ఇది క్లిక్ చేయండి మేడం, యాక్సెప్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి. అది మళ్ళీ యాక్సెప్ట్ క్లిక్ చేయండి, అన్నయ్య వరకు క్లిక్ చేయండి. ఎస్, నౌ డన్, రైట్? వాట్ యూ నీడ్ టు డూ ఈజ్ గో టు దట్ ఫోల్డర్ which folder you have given, right? Yeah. Folder ఎక్కడ ఇచ్చారు మీ డెస్క్టాప్లో ఇచ్చారా ఫోల్డర్ అది? అది కాదు ఇక్కడ ఫోల్డర్ ఓపెన్ చేసినప్పుడు ఒకసారి ఇవ్వండి. ఫోల్డర్ ఇచ్చి ఎక్కడ పెట్టి డెస్క్టాప్ మీద పెట్టారా? ఇక్కడ ఏమి ఇచ్చారు, ఏం పేరు ఇచ్చారో గుర్తుందా? ఏమన్నా రోజాని ఇచ్చారా? ఇక్కడ డెస్క్టాప్లో ఏమైనా ఉందా? ఇది ఓకే రైట్. ఓకే ఇదిగో చూడండి, ఇక్కడ HTML వచ్చింది కదా, దీన్ని ప్రివ్యూ చేసుకుంటే దిస్ ఇస్ ద వెబ్సైట్ ఇట్స్ క్రియేటెడ్. Now teaching, public. Now what you can do is, you see what is relevant to you and what is not relevant to you. You can give further this. Now you can upload if your CV also. Now you see some teaching, go to teaching. Suppose if you have taught some courses, you want to add information, you can give that prompt to it, so that it will update. Every time you give a prompt, it will make changes and then you have to accept it. Automatically this index.html file will be reflected. Yeah, now you see its name is not coming, na? You tell give a prompt. This is, can you please update the portfolio with this name, so and so name? Yeah, here only. Everything is there only. Run it. మళ్ళీ రన్ ఇవ్వండి, ప్రతిసారి రన్ ఇవ్వండి అది. ప్రివ్యూ చేయండి. ఇక్కడ వచ్చిన తర్వాత అమ్మా అది కాదు, ఇక్కడ వస్తుంది, దీన్ని క్లిక్ చేయండి, ఇక్కడ యాక్సెప్ట్ చేయాలి. అన్ని ఫైల్స్ ఇన్స్టాల్ కోడ్ కొట్టండి, పర్లేదు. ఇన్స్టాల్ కోడ్ పైన ఈ టిక్ మార్క్ ఉంది కదా, ఆ టిక్ మార్క్ ఉన్నంత వరకు కొడుతూ ఉండండి, క్లిక్ చేస్తూ ఉండండి. యా ఎస్ నౌ యూ గో టు దట్ ఫోల్డర్. ఆ ఫోల్డర్ ఇచ్చారు కదా ఇందాక, ఆ ఫోల్డర్కి వెళ్ళి ఆ ఫైల్ అక్కడ ఒక index.html ఫైల్ క్రియేట్ అయి ఉంటుంది. యా index.html అది ఓపెన్ చేయండి. ఇది కాదు, అది పైది బ్రౌజర్లో. ఓకే, దిస్ ఇస్ ద వెబ్సైట్ క్రియేటెడ్. ఓకే, now if you want to any further updates, now you can give the prompt again. ఎక్కడ మీకు మీ ఫోటో పెట్టుకోవాలంటేనా? ఫైల్ అప్లోడ్ చేయాలంటే ఫైల్స్ అప్పుడు ఇమేజ్ ఉంటుందా? సపోజ్ ఇఫ్ అంటే ప్రొఫైల్ పిక్చర్ మార్చుకోవాలంటే ఇమేజ్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, లేదా ఇంకేమైనా చేంజెస్ చేయాలంటే అది యాడ్ చేయండి మేడం. ఇక్కడ టైప్ చేయండి ఏదైనా, మీరు అక్కడ వెబ్సైట్ చూసుకుని మీ ప్రొఫైల్కి అకార్డింగ్లీ యూ హ్యావ్ టు మోడిఫై. ఈ సెక్షన్లో ఐ వాంట్ దీస్ చేంజెస్ అని టైప్ చేయండి, అకార్డింగ్లీ ఇట్ విల్ అప్డేట్. ఇది వర్క్ అవుతుంది. ప్రశాంత్ అయితే ఇందాకదే ప్రాబ్లం అయింది, కానీ యాక్చువల్ అది బాగుంది. able to do the exercise. Okay. So like this, Windsurf is one tool, Cursor is one tool, Lovable is also one tool. Some a lot of tools are there. So depending on your requirement, you have to identify right tool and use it. Okay. My suggestion is don't give these tools to students who are in early first few years. They should learn logic, how to write logic and all. Once they come to project stage, they can utilize these tools. Thank you so much.